Chapter 1916. Xiao Hua suddenly sensed some changes in the starry sky of heavenly Tao in the space. He hurriedly pulled Xue Xue's hand and said anxiously, "Wife, your husband has gained some insights. Go into seclusion with me for a few days." How could Xue Xue not be happy to see Xiao Hua's cultivation progress again? Xiao Hua landed in midair and found a clean cave. After setting up the rabbit array, the two of them cultivated in seclusion in the cave. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged, his mind entering the space. He saw the young thunder beast curled up with its legs curled up, sparkling blue lightning hovering above it. It was sleeping soundly. Goldie also used its big tail to cover itself, its small eyebrows slightly furrowed. It was also sleeping soundly. Only little Silver was on top of the extremely exuberant spirit grass, sometimes nibbling and sometimes playing. It was very leisurely and carefree. Little Silver seemed to sense Xiao Hua's mind. Its little tail curled around the stem of a spirit grass, and its two little front paws cupped together. Its two bright little eyes looked around as if it was looking for Xiao Hua. He. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over everything in the space, and his mind immediately soared high into the sky. The original engravings of the starry sky of heavenly Tao, which had been brought in by the origin of fire, became even clearer. At that moment, because of some of Xiao Hua's insights, there were some changes. Xiao Hua's mind welcomed the trajectory of the starry sky, and he let it go limitlessly as he carefully sensed the changes in it. Xiao Hua sat there for 100 days. There were no fluctuations in the spirit qi of heaven and earth on his body, nor was there any flow of magic power like when he usually cultivated. Xue Xue was very surprised and couldn't help frowning. What kind of cultivation is this? But just as Xue Xue was feeling a little anxious, she saw that Xiao Hua, who was sitting upright, had a change. Xiao Hua actually started to fade away, as if he was about to fade into the surroundings. But just as Xiao Hua was about to disappear, his entire silhouette became clear again, and when it was incomparably clear, it slowly expanded, as if it was about to fill the entire world. When it reached an extreme, it then started to shrink and fade away. This cycle repeated 360 times before it returned to normal. At that moment, Xue Xue felt that the true qi in her meridians had also changed slightly following Xiao Hua's changes. It seemed to be faintly condensing and faintly dispersing, as if the foundation establishment stage was right in front of her. But how could Xue Xue care whether she reached the foundation establishment stage or not? All of her care and concern was on Xiao Hua. However, when she looked at Xiao Hua, Xue Xue had an extremely strange feeling. She clearly knew that Xiao Hua was sitting in front of her, yet Xue Xue felt that Xiao Hua did not exist. It was truly an empty space. Xue Xue stared at Xiao Hua and bit her lip. She came from a cultivation family and had dabbled in many things. However, she had never heard of Xiao Hua's current situation. She wanted to confirm her guess, but she was also afraid of disturbing Xiao Hua's cultivation, so she endured it. After a moment, she released her divine sense and carefully scanned the area. Xue Xue almost jumped up. Xiao Hua really wasn't there. Don't let anything happen. Xue Xue was restless. Her previous calmness was nowhere to be seen. If he has gone berserk, can he be awakened now? What if, my dear Xiao hasn't turned into a devil, and I've disturbed his cultivation by touching him? After thinking for the time it took to eat a meal, and her divine sense had scanned Xiao Hua's empty image countless times, Xue Xue finally stood up, lightly walked in front of Xiao Hua, raised her hand, and very carefully pushed. Ouch! Xue Xue was immediately dumbfounded. Her push actually hit nothing, and her hand stabbed into Xiao Hua's back. Husband! Xue Xue cried out in a sobbing voice. She was extremely regretful that she did not wake Xiao Hua up earlier. Wife, what's wrong? Just as Xue Xue cried out, Xiao Hua's voice rang out. That voice was incomparably heavenly, and even had a slight rumbling of thunder. However, when it fell into Xue Xue's ears, it was truly an indescribable pleasant surprise. My dear Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's puzzled and smiling gaze, Xue had long forgotten everything. She immediately threw herself at him. Unexpectedly, what welcomed her was still the extremely familiar warm embrace. Xue hugged Xiao Hua with all her strength, as if she wanted to use all the strength in her body. She tightly hugged the thing she had already lost in her arms. Xue, what's wrong with you? Xiao Hua felt a little strange and asked softly. No, nothing. Xue's face had some tears. It was unknown whether they were tears of joy or emotions. I've been cold to you these days. Xiao Hua somewhat understood and hugged Xue affectionately for half a day. When Xue's face and ears were red, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It's really been hard on you, my wife. It's also been hard on me." Xue shyly blinked her eyes and whispered, "Husband, give me the jade slip that this lowly concubine gave you." "Oh? Does my wife want me to see it?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the pink jade slip. However, after Xue took it, she only wrote a few things inside and returned it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and was very confused. "Wife, what are you doing? Although I didn't dual cultivate with you, what can't I say? Why are you being so secretive?" Xue said with a sly smile, "Husband, with sister Hongxia in front, how can this lowly concubine compare with her? If this lowly concubine doesn't have any secrets in front of you, how can you cherish this lowly concubine?" It can't be." Xiao Hua didn't think that Xue would have such thoughts. She actually wanted to compete for his favor. How could Xue not see it? She hurriedly explained, "Husband, don't think too much. This lowly concubine just feels that there are some things that are not the right time to say. When the time is ripe, even if husband doesn't mention it, this lowly concubine will tell husband. So it's like this." Xiao Hua was somewhat skeptical. "Husband, have you finished cultivating?" Xue changed the topic. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Not yet. Wife, wait a few more days." It doesn't matter." Xue said with a smile, "You can cultivate for as long as you want. This lowly concubine is not in a hurry." Looking at Xue's appearance of a virtuous wife and loving mother, Xiao Hua's heart was warm. To be honest, helping Xue to build her foundation was just a matter of a hammer. However, Xiao Hua faintly felt that helping others to build their foundation was always going against the heavens. It wasn't something that would happen naturally. It might not be harmless to other people's future cultivation. Therefore, last time he didn't help Sun Shu and Qian Diheng to build their foundation. This time, he also didn't have the intention to help Xue. Wife, stay away from this husband. Finally, use some magic tool to protect yourself. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xue was shocked. "Oh, husband, when you cultivate, will there be a big movement?" "That's not necessarily true." Xiao Hua didn't hide it and said, "It's just the first time cultivating after building my foundation. I don't know what will happen." "The first time cultivating after building your foundation?" Xue didn't understand. However, she still walked to the farthest corner of the cave and threw out a protective yellow talisman. Seeing that Xue didn't have a protective magic tool, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. In the 4 storage pouches that Xiang Yang gave him, there were a lot of spirit stones and medicinal pills. There were also magic tools and cultivation methods. Although he didn't carefully count them and threw them into the space, he still roughly checked them with his divine sense. If he couldn't use the magic tools, wouldn't he be able to give them to Xue? Presumably, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a storage pouch. He casually looked at it and clapped his hand. A palm-sized magic tool that looked like a fluttering butterfly appeared in midair. "Wife, this seems to be a defensive magic tool. You should take it. Take advantage of this time when your husband is cultivating. Why don't you refine it?" Don't tell your husband that you don't know how to refine it. Hee, you only took it out now. Shue pouted, seemingly rebuking him. This concubine thought that when eldest senior brother gave it to you, you would pick one for this concubine. You actually made this concubine wait for the stars and the moon until today. That. Xiao Hua was really anxious. He really didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to argue, Shue looked at his storage pouch and said, "Husband, at this time, you still don't want to give this concubine one of the 4 storage pouches?" Of course, Xiao Hua immediately realized. That's right, he was used to being stingy. He really didn't think about it. He hurriedly handed the storage pouch to Shue and took out another one. He smiled apologetically and said, "Wife, what's yours is yours. I'm just taking care of it for you." "And, that's right." Shue nodded and said, "This concubine really likes this attitude. However, since you said so, what's yours is mine. You can take care of it for now. Then, you can take care of it for now. When this concubine needs it, I'll ask you for it." As she spoke, she took the butterfly magic tool and playfully winked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled knowingly and nodded slightly. He put the 2 storage pouches into the space again. Seeing Xiao Hua make the 2 storage pouches disappear very strangely, Shue turned a blind eye. She sat down cross-legged and immersed her divine sense into the magic tool, preparing to refine it. Seeing this, Xiao Hua naturally sat beside her with a smile and released his divine sense to protect Shue. After waiting for 3 days, a group of fluttering butterflies flew out from the magic tool and fluttered around Shue's body, tightly protecting her. Xiao Hua praised, "A beauty like jade, butterflies like orchids. This magic tool should be called Butterfly Orchid." Thank you husband for giving it a name." Shue opened her eyes and said, "From now on, this magic tool will be called Butterfly Orchid." "Great." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Wife, watch carefully. This husband is going to start cultivating." As he spoke, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and a drop of black earth crystal ya milk was taken out by him. Naturally, this time Xiao Hua didn't use any magic power to take out the earth crystal ya milk like the first time. Instead, he wrapped it with a layer of magic power. Soon after, Xiao Hua silently recited the refining method of the earth crystal ya milk in his heart and clapped his hand, just like the fire essence flame crystal, on his shoulder. As soon as the earth crystal ya milk entered Xiao Hua's arm, a layer of black mist immediately spread out from his arm. In just a moment, Xiao Hua's entire body was shrouded inside. Then, the black mist began to condense again, like a layer of solid mud, sealing Xiao Hua's entire body inside. Husband. Seeing Xiao Hua actually become like this, although Shue was fully prepared, she still turned pale with fright. P.S. http forum. Chidian. Comthreadetailnu. ASPX. Thread ID equals 171993010. It was a suggestion made by a book friend in the book review section. Here, the third flower wants to express some thoughts. Nowadays, there are too many cultivators who seek advantages and avoid disadvantages in web novels. Each and every one of them is selfish, or they act according to their abilities. Why is this so? The third flower feels that this is because writers are looking for the so-called human nature. They want to write to a high level and write to a profound level. But in reality, why do all the demonic beasts have to transform into human form? Why is it that among all the cultivation techniques, human cultivation is the smoothest and fastest? Since this is the care of the heavens, then human nature cannot be as cruel, selfish, heartless, and unjust as beasts. People must use human nature with love and affection to repay the heavens. Only this kind of person can have success in cultivation and obtain the true essence of cultivation, and not simply increase one's magic power or realm. What is human nature? It is truly profound and has already been written countless times by countless people. In the future, it will still be written for who knows how many years. It can be seen how complex human nature is. Let others write about the dark human nature. The third flower still likes positive and joyful human nature. In addition, although human nature has an ugly side, there is no need to infinitely magnify it and roar in every place, making people feel that there is no sunlight in this world. The third flower's living environment and growth experience may be different from Wang Yu's, so his perspective on problems was naturally different. Thus, the characters he wrote were also completely different. If Xiao Hua did not help Xiang Yang fight over the Thunder Beast's inner core, then he would not be Xiao Hua, but Han Li. Hehe, I haven't nagged for a long time. Everyone, please forgive me, these words are all free of charge. Chapter 1917. Shue Shue, don't worry. At this moment, Xiao Hua's voice came, your husband is practicing a secret technique, just wait. Then, with a clear cry, Xiao Hua's phoenix Dharma body came out of the black gas, spread its wings and flew in the air. Above the phoenix Dharma body, there was also a layer of faint, solid black gas entwining, okay. Hearing Xiao Hua's voice and seeing the phoenix Dharma body, Shue Shue felt relieved. She stared at the black statue like Xiao Hua for several days before starting her own practice. As soon as the earth crystal Yao milk entered Xiao Hua's body, it immediately turned into a flood of earth element spiritual energy, rushing into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua hurriedly used the secret technique of Sun Shu to refine the Zhongyao milk, trying his best to absorb this huge amount of earth element spiritual energy into his meridians. However, at this moment, just as Xiao Hua had expected, the 13200 small dots in his physical body, the 13200 small dots in the phoenix celestial body, his bones, and meridians all began to appear one after another, absorbing this huge amount of earth-type spiritual energy, leaving Xiao Hua with only 30% of it. Another 100 days passed, and the black gas around Xiao Hua's body began to gradually fade. Finally, it was absorbed back into his body and disappeared. By now, that drop of earth crystal Yao milk had been completely absorbed by Xiao Hua's meridians, turning into tens of thousands of tiny black spots, which were visible to the naked eye, floating in Xiao Hua's meridians. If Xiao Hua could refine all of these tiny black spots into his energy, presumably, his power would be able to improve by another level. Boom! Xiao Hua's body moved slightly, and the phoenix Dharma body that had been coiled above his head flapped its wings. The black gas around the Dharma body had faded a lot, but it seemed that there was still a lot that had not been refined. However, after 100 days of hard work, the phoenix Dharma body had become more solid. After Xiao Hua absorbed the phoenix celestial body back into his body, he slightly released his divine sense. He couldn't help but feel slightly happy. Previously, Xiao Hua's divine sense could only cover a distance of several tens of li. Although it was a lot more than the 10 li of Foundation establishment, it was still a lot less than the 100 li of Jindan. But now, after refining the earth crystal Yao milk into his meridians, his divine sense had increased by another 10 li. Needless to say, his cultivation had increased by a lot. Go! Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and the execution dream flew out. It turned into 8 rays of sword light and sat cross-legged in the cave. Split! Xiao Hua shouted again. The 8 rays of sword light flashed and split into 16 rays of green light. Huh, that's great. Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that sword plays the world, which hadn't made any progress all this time, would also make progress as his realm and divine sense increased. Divide again. Xiao Hua felt that he still had some strength left in his heart, so he unconsciously shouted again. Sure enough, the 16 sword lights swayed again, and with great difficulty, they turned into 32 green lights. After practicing sword plays the world for a while under the 32 sword lights, Xiao Hua put away the execution dream and stood up. Seeing Xiao Hua stand up, Shue Shue smiled and also put away her cultivation. She scanned with her divine sense and said in surprise, "Husband, isn't your cultivation too fast? Just 200 days, plus the 1 year after foundation establishment, you've only cultivated for 2 years. Why do I feel like you've already been in foundation establishment for more than 10 years? Huh, Xiaohua laughed and said, how can it be as fast as you think? It's just that your husband's divine sense is slightly stronger. Maybe. Xue only cared about whether Xiaohua was safe or not. As for the level of cultivation, she didn't care too much at this time. Let's go. Xiaohua put away the rabbit formation and said with a smile, for your husband's cultivation, I've already delayed your time to look at the sea. It's your husband's fault. Hee, knowing your mistakes is the greatest virtue. Xue pursed her lips and said, then why aren't we hurrying? So Xiaohua took Xue's hand and rushed towards Meng Kingdom at a leisurely pace. At the border between the state of Xi and the state of Meng, not far from the Maozhou Black Forest, Yan Yu and the others were standing in midair. Yan Yu frowned and said, Senior Marshal Brother Qian, didn't Xiaohua go to Haoming City? Why haven't we seen any traces of the two of them after chasing them here? Yes, we couldn't find them in Haoming City at all. We also couldn't find any traces of them at the various teleportation arrays. It's as if the two of them disappeared into thin air. Qian Han also said in distress. If we continue forward, we'll reach Maozhou Black Forest. After passing through this dangerous place, we should be in Meng Kingdom. The two of them went out to train, they wouldn't go to Meng Kingdom, right? Jia Ming looked at the Maozhou Black Forest in the distance, which was like a monster lying on the ground, and said hesitantly. Liang Yu looked at the three of them and said slowly, unless the two of them didn't come to Haoming City, the four of us will search separately. We won't miss such a large area. We'll go back to Haoming City first. After resting for a few days, we'll go back to search. Yan Yu gritted his teeth and said, this bastard cut off my bloodline. We're absolutely irreconcilable. I must kill this bastard with my own hands. Ahem, Qian Han coughed twice and said, Xiaoyu continent is so big. Since this bastard didn't come to Haoming City, who knows where he went? Junior brother Yan may not be able to find this bastard even if we go back to search. In fact, we should have asked our fellow disciples in Shihuang town to kill Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and the others who returned to Yulei sect. Humph, senior brother Qian, are you doubting my choice that day? Yan Yu sneered and said angrily. Qian Han was about to refute, but Jia Ming laughed and said, look at what junior brother Yan said. In fact, I had the same idea that day, but I saw that junior brother Yan had a blood feud with Xiaohua. That's why we rushed to Haoming City to look for Xiaohua. If junior brother Yan accuses us like this, we really have nothing to say. Yan Yu knew that this matter couldn't be exposed, let alone turned hostile, so he quickly said with a smile, I spoke rashly because I was impatient. Let's go. We'll go to Haoming City. I'll prepare a banquet to apologize. Let's take a rest first, and then we'll discuss what to do. Qian Han and the others naturally turned their anger into joy and returned to Haoming City together. More than half a year later, Xiaohua and Xue appeared in a small town not far from Haoming City. This small town was located on the side of the river, and there were majestic mountains on all sides. The river was turbulent all the way, but it suddenly slowed down here. Countless fish in the water reproduced here, and the aquatic products were abundant. Not only cultivators came and went here, but there were also many mortals living here. Therefore, the water and mountains were beautiful, and the water birds were soaring. It was really a beautiful scene out of this world. The riverside restaurant that Xiaohua and Xue stepped into was opened by a mortal. When they saw Xiaohua and Xue walking in hand, the waiter, who had been waiting at the door, immediately came forward and called out respectfully, Welcome to my cold river house, senior immortal and fairy. Please follow me upstairs. Yes, please lead the way. Xiaohua nodded slightly and followed the waiter into the cold river house. Senior immortals in the private rooms on the 4th floor. The waiter was very happy and shouted loudly as he led the way. Hearing that senior immortals were coming, the short and fat shopkeeper standing behind the counter couldn't stand still anymore. He quickly walked out from behind and waited respectfully. Xiaohua entered the cold river house and looked around. He saw that there were more than a dozen round tables in the restaurant that was about 40 to 50 feet in size. It was noon, and there were many people eating. The noisy hall immediately became silent when they heard that senior immortals were coming. Dozens of pairs of eyes were looking at Xiaohua and Shui with respect and envy. Shui frowned slightly, obviously unhappy. She only looked at the stairs in front of her and ignored the mortals. Xiaohua smiled at everyone and even nodded slightly. Chapter 1918. Welcome, Immortals. When the shopkeeper saw Shui's celestial demeanor, he knew that the waiter was right. He bowed respectfully and said, "I am Han Jiang, the shopkeeper of this restaurant. Please come upstairs, Immortals." Shui didn't comment and stepped on the stairs. Xiaohua fell behind Shui and said with a smile, "Thank you, shopkeeper Han." When Han Jiang heard this, he was flattered and said with an apologetic smile, "Immortals coming is already my humble restaurant's honor." "Immortals, please." Xiaohua asked at the side of the stairs, "Shopkeeper Han, is Cold River Restaurant's business good?" Business? Han Jiang seemed to be very surprised by Xiaohua's question and almost forgot himself. He immediately said with an apologetic smile, "SOSO. Barely making a living, barely making a living. He. Xiaohua smiled. He pointed at the fishing boats on the river, as well as the passers-by, and said with a smile, "This is a paradise, all the passers-by are resting here. Even I, a cultivator, have to stop when I see such beautiful scenery. How can your Cold River House's business not be good?" Immortals really understand the people's feelings. What you said makes sense. Han Jiang's fat face was filled with a charming smile. When Xiaohua saw this, he didn't ask any more questions and quickly went up to the 4th floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors were obviously much less crowded. Moreover, they all seemed to have some status or were refined scholars. It was much quieter. When these people heard footsteps coming up the stairs, they all raised their eyes. However, when they saw the two immortal-like people and the respectful Han Jiang, they immediately understood. Therefore, their gazes became the same as the diners on the 1st floor, filled with fear. "Immortals, my humble restaurant is divided into 4 floors. Only the top floor is prepared for immortals. The other 3 floors are for us mortals." Seeing Shui frown again, Han Jiang didn't dare to be negligent and quickly explained, "There are already a few immortals on the 4th floor enjoying the scenery. Perhaps they are familiar with fellow Taoists." Xiaohua smiled. He clapped his hand and took out a spiritual stone. He gave it to Han Jiang and said, "We came from afar, so we won't have any friends that we know. Also, we came here to rest and enjoy the scenery. This is a spiritual stone. I wonder if shopkeeper Han will accept it." Withdraw. Han Jiang's eyes fell on the sparkling and translucent spirit stone, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. He immediately took it and nodded vigorously. That's good. Find some fresh fruits and bring them up. If there are any delicious wines, bring some too," Xiaohua said as he went up to the 4th floor. Sure enough, just as Han Jiang had said, the 4th floor was even bigger than the 1st floor. All 4 sides were hollow, with 3 sides facing the river. There were only 3 huge tables in the spacious pavilion, and these 3 tables were placed on the side facing the river. At this moment, there were already several qi condensation cultivators sitting in the middle facing the river. They were holding wine cups and looking at the beautiful scenery while shaking their heads and talking about something. Hearing Xiaohua's voice and the footsteps of the shopkeeper, these cultivators very casually turned their heads to look. First, they saw Shui's beautiful appearance and peak qi condensation cultivation. They were all shocked. They looked at each other and were about to stand up. However, when Xiaohua walked up, they didn't dare to hesitate and immediately jumped up from their chairs. They bowed and saluted. "Greetings, senior." Xiaohua looked at these 5 cultivators. There were 3 men and 2 women. They were all around the 10th layer of qi condensation. Seeing that they had similar appearances, Xiaohua knew that they were probably disciples from a cultivation family that came out to experience the world. Thus, he smiled and waved his sleeve. "You can sit as you please." "Yes." The oldest disciple respectfully replied. Xiaohua looked at them and was about to walk to the table at the side. The oldest disciple quickly pointed at his seat and said, "Senior, this place is the best. Senior, please come here and sit." "Hee, no need." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Just wait and enjoy. I and my lover will be right next to you." Hearing Xiaohua call her lover in front of strangers, Xue's face slightly reddened. Even her head slightly drooped. She followed Xiaohua to the table at the side like a little girl. "Yes, we will listen to senior's instructions." The oldest disciple could only respectfully reply. Seeing the group of disciples respectfully addressing Xiaohua as senior, Han Jiang was happy and at the same time a bit afraid. He only thought that Xiaohua was young and would have the same status as these disciples. How could he have known that Xiaohua was a senior? How could he not know how powerful Xiaohua was? Moreover, powerful seniors mostly had strange tempers. If he wasn't careful, he could suffer a calamity. "Why aren't you taking out all the specialties of Cold River House?" The oldest disciple saw that Han Jiang was in a daze and immediately scolded, "If senior isn't satisfied, don't blame me, cough cough." Xiaohua coughed and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't scare shopkeeper Han. Sit down, I will only stay for a while." "Yes, senior, please do as you wish." That disciple shrunk his neck and raised his head to signal the other 4 to sit down. Soon after, Xiaohua said warmly, "Shopkeeper Han, go down and prepare." "Yes, I will come right away." Han Jiang seemed to have woken up from a dream and promptly rolled down from the 4th floor. After Han Jiang left, the entire 4th floor regained its tranquility. The 5 aura refining cultivators who were gesticulating and laughing non-stop were now all obedient. They obediently sat on their respective chairs with their heads lowered, looking at the fresh fruits and delicacies in front of them. Alas, Xiaohua sighed. He looked at Xue beside him somewhat helplessly and transmitted his voice. "It was originally a good atmosphere, but it was ruined by me, a foundation-building senior. These aura refining aristocratic family's disciples are too reserved." Xue disagreed and also transmitted her voice, "You're a foundation-building senior, so they should naturally be respectful in front of you. If they don't respect you and cause trouble, then they wouldn't be disciples of aristocratic families. But, wouldn't that make them lose a bit of their spirit? Lose the vigor of young people?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He thought back to that day in Flame Forest Swamp, when he argued with Xinyi, Xiang Min, and the others, and his eldest martial brother kept his head down and didn't dare to say anything. Wasn't that exactly the case? "Forget it," Xiaohua raised his head and said, "Which aristocratic family's disciples are you?" Reporting to senior, junior is from Mo Cloud Village's Chang clan. The eldest disciple promptly stood up and said respectfully. Ugh, Xiaohua saw that the disciple didn't say anything more or less and was abnormally obedient in his introduction. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. His gaze swept over them and he asked again, "What are your names?" Reporting to senior, junior is called Chang Lihao. Sure enough, after the eldest disciple finished speaking, he sat down obediently. Then the other 2 men and 2 women reported their names in order of age. They were Chang Limin, Chang Liqiang, Chang Yulian, and Chang Xuemei. And, seeing that they were so obedient, Xiaohua also felt a bit awkward in his heart. He didn't say anything else and turned his head to look at Xue with a smile. He pointed his finger and said, "Wife, look at that fishing boat in the river. Why are there so many birds standing on the side of the boat?" Pfft! Before Shue Shue could say anything, the female cultivator named Chang Yulian not far away laughed out loud. "Lian, Chang Limin was shocked and hurriedly scolded, quickly apologized to Senior. Senior. Chang Yulian immediately stood up. She was very frightened and wanted to apologize. But when Xiao Hua heard her laugh, he immediately knew he was wrong. He had always been modest and didn't think much of it. He waved his hand and said, "Little girl, what's the matter with these birds? Come here and explain to me." Chang Yulian's small face was full of excitement. She trotted to Xiao Hua's side. After bowing, she respectfully said, "Senior is talking about cormorants, not birds. Senior, look, there is a thin rope around the cormorant's neck. It was made by a fisherman. Cormorants are good at swimming and live by eating fish. The fisherman tied the cormorant's neck like this. The cormorant couldn't eat the fish it caught, so it could only be stuck in its throat. The fisherman only needed to stretch out his hand and pinch the fish out." "Oh. There is such a fishing method?" Xiao Hua was surprised. In his memory, it seemed to be something like fishing nets. After Chang Yulian finished speaking, he carefully looked again. Sure enough, it was like this. This fisherman, he really reaped without sowing. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. It's just a pity for the cormorant. It worked hard for nothing and became a wedding dress for others. Shue Shue curled her lips and said, "I'll let the two seniors know." Chang Yulian smiled apologetically and said, "In the cold river, there are only thumb-sized fish. If it was a fishing net, I'm afraid the harvest would be very little. This junior has been used to seeing cormorants fishing since young, so I didn't think much of it." "That's right. Under the heavenly Tao, everyone has their own opportunities. As long as you can see your own path, that is the path to heaven," Xiao Hua said with a smile. Unfortunately, not only did Chang Yulian not understand these words, even Shue Shue was confused. Just as Shue Shue was about to say something, the shopkeeper of the Cold River House, Han Jiang, personally came up with a large plate of fresh fruits. Looking at the sweat on Han Jiang's forehead, it seemed that the fresh fruits were very heavy. Han Jiang put the plate of fruits on the table and said respectfully, "Immortal Senior, please eat." "And, thank you for your trouble, shopkeeper Han." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. Han Jiang was even more flattered. Chang Yulian looked at Xiao Hua with interest. It seemed that she had never seen a senior so polite to a secular person. Although fresh fruits were delicious, they couldn't be compared to spirit fruits. Xiao Hua ate a few and felt a little bored. Han Jiang saw that Xiao Hua's face didn't have any joy, so he quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Immortal Senior, just now, a fisherman sent over a special cabbage from the cold river. I wonder if Immortal Senior wants to use it?" "Cabbage?" Xiao Hua was stunned and said curiously, "This thing is often found in the mortal world. Even if it's a special feature of your cold river, what's so strange about it?" When Chang Yulian heard the word cabbage, her face also froze. Then she heard Xiao Hua's question and knew that Xiao Hua had misunderstood. She quickly said to Han Jiang, "Shopkeeper Han, since there is such a precious thing, why ask? Quickly make it and send it up." "Yes, yes." When Han Jiang heard, he quickly rolled down the stairs. Chapter 1919. Hearing Chang Yulian say that the cabbage was a rare thing, Xiao Hua naturally knew that he was wrong again, so he didn't say anything and just looked at Chang Yulian with a smile. Sure enough, Chang Yulian whispered, "Senior, this cabbage is not an ordinary dish, it is a rare fish in the Han River." Shue Shue was surprised and asked, "Since it is a fish, why is it called a dish? And it is just a fish, how is it rare?" Senior, this fish didn't exist tens of thousands of years ago. Because of a love story of life and death, it appeared in the Han River. And it is said that this fish only appears on the 15th day of every month, so it is very rare. Chang Yulian smiled and said, "This fish is really delicious. It doesn't need any seasoning at all, just steaming it. Even if I am a cultivator, I will savor it for a long time after eating it." "Really? What kind of sad story is it? Can you tell me?" Shue was curious and asked anxiously. Miss Yulian must be thirsty. Eat a spiritual fruit first, then we can talk." Xiaohua smiled and took out a palm-sized spiritual fruit from the space and handed it to Chang Yulian. Chang Yulian took it and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior." After that, she put it in her mouth and ate it in small bites. Who knew that when this unknown spiritual fruit entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a gentle spiritual power and rushed into Chang Yulian's meridians. Chang Yulian's face was full of joy. She didn't dare to neglect it and immediately sat cross-legged with her palms facing the sky. Chang Lihao and the others were surprised when they saw Chang Yulian's strange movements. But when they saw her familiar method of cultivation, they immediately showed admiration on their faces. After a few minutes, Chang Yulian opened her eyes and got up from the ground. She bowed and said, "Thank you, senior." She knew in her heart that although it was only a few minutes of cultivation and the spiritual fruit didn't have much spiritual power, this spiritual fruit seemed to be a bit special. The power to nourish the meridians was far greater than the spiritual power in her body. She was afraid that she would benefit a lot in the future. It's okay. Tell me the story." Actually, Xiaohua himself didn't know what this spirit fruit was. He had a lot of it in his space, so he just casually took out one. "Yes." Chang Yulian chose her words carefully and said, "Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a Zionist family near Han River. This family was very famous in the country of Shi. They had a direct descendant who was a girl. She was talented and beautiful, and she reached the 12th layer of qi refining before the age of 20. She was known as the most promising female cultivator in the country of Shi. However, such a rising star in the world of cultivators fell in love with a poor scholar surnamed Yu, who was studying in an ancient temple on the banks of the Han River. Because of love, she gave birth to an inner demon, which prevented her from making any progress. She couldn't even enter the building foundation stage from the age of 20 to the age of 30. She didn't even seize the opportunity to enter a cultivator's sect. In the beginning, the cultivation family thought that the female cultivator had encountered difficulties in her cultivation, so they tried every possible means to improve her cultivation. But in the end, they found out what the problem was. "Senior, you should know that as cultivators, how can we marry a mortal? Even delaying his cultivation for the sake of mortals? If she didn't cut off this knot in her heart, she would never be able to enter the building foundation stage." As a result, the family head of the cultivation clan was enraged and wanted to capture Scholar Yu and kill him on the spot. However, he was afraid that the female cultivator would hate him and leave the clan. In the future, not only would her cultivation not improve, she would also not recognize the sect. The family head thought hard for several days and finally came up with a vicious plan. On the 15th day of the 7th month, he used the name of the female cultivator to bring the scholar surnamed Yu to the shoals of the Han River. Then, he used a spell to raise the water level of the Han River. Because the scholar kept his promise, he didn't leave even when a fishing boat passed by. He was drowned to death. Shue's expression changed and she said, Then what about the female cultivator? How did she find out about this? Since she knew, wouldn't she be exposed? Senior, you should know that the scholar surnamed Yu was easy to trick. The family head used the female cultivator's name to invite the scholar surnamed Yu and then had the scholar write a letter to invite the female cultivator. In the female cultivator's eyes, wouldn't she think that the scholar surnamed Yu was the one who invited her? Chang Yulian smiled and said, On the 15th day of the 7th month, the family head only needed to call the female cultivator over and give her a few instructions to stall for time. How long would it take for this vicious plan to disappear? Indeed. Shui glanced at Xiao Hua with a silent expression. When the female cultivator came out from the family head's place, she saw the water level of the Han River rise and thought of the place the scholar surnamed Yu had arranged. She immediately felt that something was wrong. When she flew to the shoals of the Han River, there was no sign of the shoals. Thus, the female cultivator flew to the ancient temple to search. Then, she followed the river downstream and finally, found the scholar surnamed Yu's corpse 15 kilometers away. The scholar surnamed Yu's face was calm even in death. He actually said that there was a blood letter in his bosom. What was written? Shui anxiously asked. When the water comes, I will wait for you in the water. When the fire comes, I will wait for you in the ashes. Chang Yulian whispered. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. The scholar surnamed Yu was so infatuated with the world. That's right. When the female cultivator finished reading it, she was filled with great sorrow and shouted, "You, I have wasted your life. Today, I will follow you into the water." Chang Yulian continued, thus, the female cultivator sealed her magic power and jumped into the Han River. At that moment, thunder roared and the entire Han River overflowed with brilliance. From then on the 15th day of every month, a pure white, almost transparent fish would swim out of the Han River. Because the scholar surnamed Yu called the female cultivator Little Cabbage, the fisherman by the river also called the fish Little Cabbage. Phew, Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. He clearly felt that there were some flaws in this story, but he still felt sad. He looked at Shui again and saw tears flickering in his eyes. Shui sadly said, "There are always joys and sorrows in this world. I don't know when all the lovers in this world will be together." "You will, my wife." Xiao Hua held her hand and said, "It is precisely because of this love that this world becomes beautiful. And this beautiful love is also the manifestation of warmth in this world." But at this moment, Chang Yulian whispered, "All lovers, no matter if they are mortals or cultivators, as long as they come to the side of the Han River, they will eat the little cabbage as an auspicious omen. Moreover, there are only 2 little cabbages every month. Senior actually managed to come across them today. This junior will go and take a look. Why is the shopkeeper so slow? Wait." Shui's expression changed greatly and anxiously said, "Husband, quickly go and stop the shopkeeper. Why is he still eating such a pitiful little cabbage?" Chapter 19-20. Yes, at the same time, Xiao Hua also thought of this. With a sweep of his divine sense, he suddenly flew up and quickly rushed down the cold river house. If it was flying, Xiao Hua's speed was fast, but getting up from the chair, flying out, and flying down again, this was a few turns. How could Chang Yulian not be surprised? But before she could recover from her shock, Xiao Hua flew back with the big water basin in his hand. He smiled and said, "Fortunately, the fisherman was bargaining with shopkeeper Han. Shopkeeper Han was just about to kill it. If he was a bit later, this little cabbage would have died. Thank you, husband." Shui finally smiled. Senior's cultivation is profound, this junior really admires it. Chang Yulian said respectfully. When Shui stood up and lowered her head to look at the fish in the basin, she couldn't help but be a little moved. She saw that in the basin, there was a pure white, almost transparent fish. It swayed its tail like a dress and swam around in the clear water. Its posture was so graceful, just like a young girl dancing in the water. And on the forehead of the fish, there was a red round dot, which was especially eye-catching. "Immortal elder, immortal elder." At the stairs, shopkeeper Han's panting voice sounded, "That little cabbage was," but when Han Jiang saw the big water basin on the table, he immediately understood and pointed at it, not knowing what to do. "Shopkeeper Han, thank you for your bargaining." Xiaohua didn't even turn his head. He waved his hand and took out 10 spirit stones. He placed them on the table and said with a smile, however, the fisherman also worked hard. If I could give him more, I would give him more. This is I's reward for you. This little cabbage, I want it. Thank you, immortal elder. Seeing so many spirit stones on the table, how could Han Jiang have any complaints? His hands trembled as he put the spirit stones into his clothes and said excitedly. What was the original name of the little cabbage? What was the name of the scholar surnamed you? Shue looked at the fish and asked in a low voice. This. Chang Yulian hesitated. Shopkeeper Han said loudly, this little brother knows that the little cabbage in the story is surnamed Huang, but I don't know his name. The scholar surnamed you is called Yu Zhongquan. Is there a grave for these two at the bank of the cold river? Shue asked again. Grave? Shopkeeper Han was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, female immortal, this is just a legend. How can there be a tomb? It's impossible for people to pay homage to them. Even if there is a tomb. I'm afraid it's still under the control of that Cultivation family. Xiaohua reminded. Shue was disappointed. Actually, this little cabbage still needs to be eaten. Only by eating it can the two immortals look good together. Shopkeeper Han didn't forget to remind them. Humph. Shue glared at Han Jiang, scaring him into shrinking his neck. Unfortunately, he was too fat, and his neck was full of wrinkles. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shrink his neck. Xiaohua chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, a strand of divine scent swept across the air. It swept past everyone and landed on the basin. Great! A loud and clear voice sounded. I have come to this cold river more than 10 times, and I've never met a little cabbage. Today is my lucky day. Xiaohua slightly frowned. He looked up and saw a male and a female cultivator flying over from the air. The two looked very intimate. The female cultivator was at the peak of the aura refining realm. She was fair and plump, as if she was sticking to the cultivator's body. The male cultivator was at the middle stage of the foundation building realm. He had dark skin and a thick beard that covered more than half of his face. Moreover, the beard was thick and long, as if it was pricked on his face. Greetings, senior. Chang Lihao and the others were dumbfounded. They hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply. Shue didn't dare to be negligent. She stood up and bowed like Chang Yulian. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and raised his hand. Greetings, fellow Taoist. That cultivator didn't think it was strange. He smiled and said, I have been paying attention to this little cabbage for more than 10 years. Today, I finally see it. I wonder if fellow Taoist is willing to give it to me? Sorry, I want to keep it for myself. Xiaohua didn't seem to hesitate and immediately replied. Oh. That cultivator was slightly surprised, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Husband. At this time, the female cultivator held the male cultivator's arm and said, I've heard about the freshness of this little cabbage, but I've never tasted it. Moreover, if you and I eat this little cabbage together, won't we be together forever? As she spoke, the female cultivator's face flushed. Wife, don't be anxious. Let me discuss it with this fellow Taoist. I'm sure this fellow Taoist will tactfully give it to me. That male cultivator said with a smile. The generous actions of these two people not only made Chang Yulian and Chang Xuemei's ears turn red, but even Shue's face turned red. After all, she and Xiaohua were intimate in front of others. When did they show it in front of others? Fellow Taoist, please. That male cultivator cupped his hands and said, I'm Shangcheng from the 10,000 Poisons sect. This is, my wife, Mei Xiaoyao from the Immortal Poison sect. How should I address you? 10,000 Poisons sect. Hearing this, Xiaohua's face immediately turned cold. After thinking for a moment, he returned the greeting and said, "I'm Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This is my junior sister Xue Xue." Xiaohua originally wanted to call Xue Xue wife, but after seeing Mei Xiaoyao from the Immortal Poison Sect being so licentious, Shangcheng also called her wife. Since he and Xue Xue didn't dual cultivate, if he also called her wife, wouldn't it be the same as them? Therefore, he changed the way he addressed her and called her junior sister. Hearing Xiaohua call her junior sister, Xue Xue sweetly smiled at Xiaohua. She clearly understood what Xiaohua was thinking. Imperial Thunder Sect? Shangcheng was surprised. He didn't expect to meet a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect in this remote place. The 10,000 Poisons Sect was far from being comparable to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although his cultivation was much higher than Xiaohua's, he didn't dare to bully the weak with his spear. That fellow Taoist Xiao. Shangcheng thought for a moment and said tactfully, "No matter what price fellow Taoist Xiao used to buy this thing, I'll compensate you with 10 times the price." Would fellow Taoist Xiao consider it? No need. Xiaohua didn't even need to look at Xue Xue's somewhat worried and apprehensive expression. He very decisively refused. Husband, Mei Xiaoyao's tone was unusually gentle. Her voice seemed to reach Shangcheng's bones, making him very happy. This lowly concubine hopes to be together with my husband forever. Yesterday, I just made a wish and today, I encountered this rare lucky thing in the cold river. Isn't this the favor the heavens gave us? As she spoke, her eyes flowed with 10,000 kinds of emotions. It was indescribably moving. However, the bashful expression on her face made her seem very young and inexperienced. Not to mention Chang Liqiang and the others, even Xiaohua swallowed a mouthful of saliva and secretly said, "If Xue Xue is like this," but immediately, the Buddha's Sarira in Xiaohua's mind faintly flashed with golden light. A wave of coolness emerged and Xiaohua immediately became clear-headed. "Io, this Immortal Poison Sect really has some skills." Xiaohua immediately realized that this might be one of Mei Xiaoyao's techniques. Sure enough, Shangcheng used all his strength to hug Mei Xiaoyao. He turned his head towards Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, name a price. As long as I can take it out, I'll definitely satisfy you." Xiaohua smiled. He raised his right hand, extended his index finger and slightly waved it. He said, "This is my junior sister's beloved item. Even if all the treasures in the world are precious, they can't compare." Xiaohua. Xue Xue's sweet smile was really pure as a cabbage in the water. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you not giving me face?" Shangcheng's expression was slightly cold. He faintly released the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, causing the wind in the cold river house to slightly move. "What is face? I don't see any face in the cold river house." Xiaohua simply didn't care about him. He didn't even release his pressure and only calmly said, "Ha ha ha." Shangcheng pushed his hand, pushing Mei Xiaoyao to the side. "I'm giving face to the thunder-controlling sect, but I'm not giving face to a pretty boy like you. Since you don't know what face is, I'll teach you what face is on behalf of your master from the thunder-controlling sect." After he said that, he clapped his hands. A hook that looked like a full moon flew out. It streaked across the air in a pitch-black arc and hovered above Shangcheng's head. The hook was about a foot long, and both its inner and outer layers were sharp blades. These blades weren't as shiny as normal swords, but they were pitch-black. If one's divine sense slightly swept over it, they would be able to sense the gloomy coldness inside. Needless to say, it was definitely dipped in poison. Huh! Seeing Shangcheng take out his magic tool, the Chang family siblings were greatly alarmed. They both retreated simultaneously, appearing very terrified. This was a fight between foundation-building cultivators. It wasn't something aura-refining cultivators like them could approach. Xiao Hua slightly frowned. He moved his divine sense and saw that the entire fourth floor of the cold river house was emitting a faint brilliance. There was actually a restriction protecting it. Presumably, Han Jiang was afraid that cultivators would attack and destroy the cold river house, so he asked someone to set it up. "Junior martial sister, wait here for a moment," Xiao Hua said to Xue Xue with a smile. Be careful, senior martial brother." Xue Xue clapped her hands and took out the butterfly orchid. She activated her magic power and first protected her body. Only then did she say with a sweet smile. Although she said, "Be careful," there was only lingering concern in her tone. "Fellow Taoist Shang is indeed formidable, daring to teach me a lesson on behalf of my master from the thunder-controlling sect. This young master wants to see what kind of ability you have." Xiao Hua took a step forward and flew out of the cold river house, standing in midair. Quickly look, the immortals are fighting." Xiao Hua's figure had just appeared in midair when a crowd of secular people shouted. "Hee, as expected, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers." Shang Qing sneered, and his figure also flew out of the cold river house. "A little brat who just recently entered the foundation building realm actually dares to challenge me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to write the word respect. Go!" Shang Qing pointed his finger and activated his magic power. The crescent-shaped hook flashed through the air and charged towards Xiao Hua. Chapter 1921. Hee, Xiao Hua sneered and clapped his hands. With a wang sound, the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. At this moment, the cloud-suppressing seal was different from before. As soon as the cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air, it immediately glowed with a bronze brilliance. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed in like a swarm of bees, creating a small breeze. As the spiritual energy poured in, the cloud-suppressing seal's brilliance flourished. That brilliance was like a sharp sword, about a foot long. The most important thing was that the beast head on the cloud-suppressing seal was originally incomplete and simply not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, under the stimulation of Xiao Hua's transcendence energy, there was actually a faint shadow of it, appearing abnormally vivid. Magic weapon? Seeing the might of the cloud-suppressing seal, Shang Cheng's expression immediately changed. However, at this moment, his magic weapon had already rushed in front of Xiao Hua. How could he sheath his blade? "Attack!" Xiao Hua clapped his hands. The cloud-suppressing seal, which had already become 3 feet long, faintly moved. A dazzling yellow cloud fell from the cloud-suppressing seal, covering the curved hook with incomparable speed. With a schwa sound, the curved hook streaked across the cloud. Listening to the sound, it sounded like it fell on silk. However, when Shang Cheng's divine sense swept over, he already sensed that his magic weapon seemed to have fallen into a swamp. The cloud-suppressing seal's poison and sharpness were both useless against it. Moreover, Shang Cheng was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could he not know how to use magic weapons? Previously, he was still somewhat lucky, hoping that Xiao Hua's transcendence energy was not enough to activate this shabby magic weapon. However, seeing the magic weapon's appearance, he immediately knew that Xiao Hua had already completed the sacrificial refining of the cloud-suppressing seal. Even if his magic weapon could defeat Xiao Hua, it would not be as easy as he previously thought. What should I do? Shang Cheng's thoughts rapidly turned. As for Xiao Hua, he looked at the cloud-suppressing seal in the air with interest. This magic weapon was his first magic weapon, and he used it the most. When he was in the aura refining stage, he had used it a lot. However, it wasn't until he reached the foundation establishment stage that he had a feeling that this cloud-suppressing seal could follow his thoughts and do anything. Roar! Xiao Hua let out a long roar and grabbed the air with his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal buzzed as if it was responding to Xiao Hua. Soon after, the cloud-suppressing seal started to emit a faint light. This was the condensation of the world's spiritual energy. It then gradually expanded until it was 2 meters in size. Only then did it stop. A kind of calmness and a kind of thickness came from the cloud-suppressing seal. Shangcheng sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Xiaohua again. To be able to use a magic weapon to such a level, this transcendence energy definitely did not belong to a cultivator who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. Even if there was a difference between him and Xiaohua, the difference was still visible. Imperial Thunder Sect, as expected of a great sect. Shangcheng waved his hand and put away his magic weapon. He laughed, with fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, you really are a disciple of a great sect. You really make me envious. Alas, that day, I also went to the Thunderclap Peak to become a disciple. Unfortunately, my physique did not meet the requirements. Otherwise, I might have already become fellow Taoist Zhao's senior martial brother. Seeing Shangcheng put away his magic weapon and land on top of the cold river house, Xiaohua's face turned cold. He snorted and pointed at the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal turned into a ball of light and landed on his hand. It also landed on top of the house. What? Fellow Taoist Shang, didn't you want to teach me a lesson on behalf of my master? Xiaohua did not have any good feelings towards the 10,000 Poisons sect. He sneered, what is the meaning of landing on top of the house? Could it be that you want to use my junior martial sister to threaten me? Shangcheng naturally had this intention, but how could he say it out loud? Seeing Xiaohua being so impolite, his smile froze and he unhappily said, I didn't fight with you because I respect your Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm not afraid of you. As for using your junior martial sister to threaten you, do you think I can't kill you? He. Xiaohua knew the power of the butterfly orchid. He was not afraid of Shangcheng doing something dirty. He only laughed and ignored him. Husband. Mei Xiaoyao's eyes were still filled with reluctance. She looked at the water basin in front of Shui. Wife. Shangcheng frowned, indicating for her not to speak. The Chang siblings seemed to have not recovered from their shock. They stared blankly at Xiaohua. They had never met a cultivator who could challenge a cultivator above their level and win without a fight. They were filled with longing. As for the fat shopkeeper Han Jiang, he was very knowledgeable. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, we are all immortals. Naturally, harmony is the most important thing. Senior Immortal, this humble restaurant has many delicious wines and delicacies. They are the best at cheap prices. If Senior Immortal doesn't mind, please sit here. This little one will go and get them for Senior Immortal. After saying that, shopkeeper Han quickly invited Shangcheng to sit at another table. This was also shopkeeper Han's carelessness. Perhaps it was his fate. Xiaohua did not sit in the middle because he was magnanimous. He did not compete with an aura-refining junior. How could Shangcheng have that kind of bearing? Not to mention, he had just been forced to stop by Xiaohua. He had nowhere to put his face. When he heard this, he sneered, do you think you can arrange where I sit? How can your ordinary wine and delicacies enter my mouth? You really deserve to die. After saying that, he unexpectedly waved his sleeve and cupped his hands towards Xiaohua, fellow Taoist Xiao, I will take my leave now. We will meet again someday. When Xiaohua heard Shangcheng's words, he felt that something was wrong. Seeing Shangcheng wave his sleeve, he hurriedly stood in front of Shui. But at this moment, Han Jiang's face suddenly turned black. The black strands were like small snakes that rapidly slithered down. Han Jiang only had time to raise his hand. Even his eyes were filled with resentment. Immediately, he bled from his 7 orifices and fell down the stairs. When he looked at Shangcheng again, it was as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had swatted a fly. He grabbed Mei Xiaoyao's slender waist and flew up, about to throw her into the air. Just as Shangcheng and Mei Xiaoyao's figures flew out of Cold River House, Xiaohua's cold laughter sounded behind them. "Fellow Daoist Shang. You don't have to leave." What does fellow Daoist Xiao mean? Shangcheng did not dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands and the magic treasure scarlet blood hook flew out again. "You hurt someone in front of me and you still want to leave?" Xiaohua glanced at the scarlet blood hook and said coldly, "If I don't kill you, how can I face shopkeeper Han?" Shangcheng was stunned. He asked in astonishment, Just for that fatty who is worse than a pig or a dog, you want to fight with me?" "It's not a fight. It's a kill." Xiaohua coldly released the cloud-suppressing seal. "Shopkeeper Han is your descendant?" Shangcheng suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. "No, today is the first time I've seen shopkeeper Han." "Ha ha ha, since he's not related to you, fellow Daoist Xiao, are you joking?" Shangcheng laughed loudly. "Although you have some divine abilities, you're only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could you know the secret technique of the middle stage of foundation establishment? Don't let your emotions affect your decisions just because of a damaged magic treasure. You're too righteous. Although shopkeeper Han is a worldly person, he's still a person. Since you can kill people, you should have the resolve to be killed by others." Xiaohua was still cold. "I'm not talented, but I want to be the person who kills you. I want to be a person who's too righteous." Chapter 1922. Could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't have innocent lives on his hands? Shangcheng sneered. Xiaohua looked up at the sky. "Of course I do, but I dare to face the heavenly Tao head-on. I dare to guarantee that every one of them is a person I must kill. Of course, this is my own admission. If the heavenly Tao abandons me, someone will naturally kill me. He, maybe fellow Daoist Shang is one of them?" "Ha ha ha," Shangcheng roared with laughter, and then he pointed with his finger and said, "I've seen many hypocrites like you on the Dawn Rain continent. It's none other than you've taken a fancy to my storage pouch or my women. If you want them, then feel free to come and take them. Why speak so many hypocritical reasons? Fellow Daoist Shang might be right. I might want to kill you. However, since you killed shopkeeper Han, aren't you giving me a reason?" Xiaohua didn't hide his intention to kill Shangcheng. "If you want to make a move, then make a move. I can't stand seeing you big sects kill people and set up a memorial arch." Shangcheng clapped his hands and a dozen or so bird-like pitch-black yellow talismans flew out. Each yellow talisman revealed a strange trajectory and flew towards Xiaohua from all directions. Although Xiaohua heard that Shangcheng was a cultivator of the 10,000 poison sect, he felt hatred in his heart. He might not necessarily kill him, but since Shangcheng killed Han Jiang in front of him, what else could Xiaohua say? He wanted him to kill Shangcheng. Why should he be polite? Even if Shangcheng's words were clear and logical, why would Xiaohua care about other people's opinions? Seeing the dozen or so yellow talismans flying out, Xiaohua was very surprised. He said with a smile, "Sure enough, it's the 10,000 poison sect. These yellow talismans are a bit strange. They're more than strange. I have a lot of techniques to pull out tendons and peel off skin. You can slowly enjoy them." Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to dodge, a sinister smile appeared on Shangcheng's face. He made a hand seal again and his two hands seemed to gradually turn pitch black. More than 10 yellow talismans simultaneously exploded. More than 10 jet black balls wrapped around Xiaohua like drops of ink, then turned into raindrops and rained down on Xiaohua's face. Ouch! With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiaohua knew that this item contained a deadly poison. He hurriedly waved his hands, and 2 strands of true samadhi fire appeared in his hands. Following the urging of Xiaohua's magic power, it suddenly transformed into a thin wall of fire, protecting him. Sizzle, sizzle, the poisonous water hit the wall of fire. It was like rain meeting fire, and it was easily burned away without a trace. True Samadhi fire? Seeing this, Shangcheng couldn't help but be alarmed. The yellow talismans of his secret technique were the best at corroding a cultivator's protective brilliance. No matter if it was the Vajra talisman, iron cloak talisman, or even the protective brilliance of a golden core cultivator, they would all have an effect. However, this poisonous water was most afraid of fire attribute magic tools and thunder attribute magic tools. This was also one of the reasons why Shangcheng wasn't willing to fight with Xiaohua. True Samadhi fire was the essence of fire. Very few cultivators were proficient in it. Even the golden core cultivator of the Thunder Palace, Zhen Yi, only had a rough understanding of it. Shangcheng never thought that he would be able to see it in the hands of an early Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, what he saw wasn't just a strand, but a wall of true Samadhi fire. Shangcheng hesitated for a moment. However, the seal in his hands had already been formed. Thus, he shouted and spread open his 10 fingers. 2 faint balls of mist emitting a fishy smell formed in the hollow of his palms. He then waved his hand, and the balls of water spiraled out. Moreover, as they flew, the dense water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Han Jiangji was absorbed into the balls of mist, causing them to expand. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. He also waved his hand. He didn't use any true Samadhi fire. Instead, a dozen fireball talismans flew out and smashed towards the 2 balls of poisonous water. With a series of rumbling sounds, the fireball talismans exploded. A fist-sized fireball was born and rushed into the balls of poisonous water. However, something happened that surprised Xiaohua. His fireball talismans, which had always been invincible, actually lost their sound the moment they entered the balls of poisonous water. All of the fireballs were corroded by the poisonous water, rapidly annihilating and disappearing. Damn, as expected, you have some skill. Xiaohua was all smiles, not nervous in the slightest. He waved his 2 hands again and several sparks flew towards the balls of water again. And at this time, the balls of water had already flown several feet away from Xiaohua. With a crisp cracking sound, the balls of water actually expanded, about to burst. However, at the instant the water ball exploded, numerous sparks landed on it. It was as though a flame had landed in oil. With a tang sound, the poison water ball was ignited. Immediately, the entire poison water ball rapidly shrunk and finally disappeared. Forget it, when Shangcheng saw this, he secretly sighed in his heart. He knew that his divine ability was restrained by Xiaohua. Those formless poisonous mists that could normally injure people would probably not be effective today. Shangcheng was resolute. He urged his transcendence energy and the scarlet blood hook suddenly shrunk, almost becoming 3 inches in size. It crashed towards Xiaohua's body. At this time, he didn't have any ideas. He only hoped that this magic artifact could touch Xiaohua, or at least make a cut on Xiaohua's body. Then, victory would be in his grasp. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly, you've exhausted your abilities. Just watch this young master's methods. While speaking, Xiaohua clapped his hands. What he took out was actually not the cloud-suppressing seal, but the yang leaf fan. Under the urging of Xiaohua's transcendence energy, a fire dragon was born on the yang leaf fan, whistling as it pounced towards the scarlet blood hook. Yang leaf fan? Shangcheng's expression had never been so unsightly. To tell the truth, if it was the cloud-suppressing seal, he really had the strength to fight. In his heart, he wasn't too afraid. He was even thinking just now, Xiaohua's exquisite true Samadhi fire, how could he not have a fire-type magic artifact? And he just happened to have a Buddhist seal? Only now did he understand that it wasn't that Xiaohua didn't have one, but that he had 2 magic artifacts. That fire-type yang leaf fan just didn't reveal itself. Swift, Shangcheng's ferocious energy was suddenly born. He suddenly released his pressure, directly pressing it towards Xiaohua. He vainly attempted to rely on the pressure of a middle foundation establishment stage to suppress Xiaohua. Moreover, at the same time, a layer of bloody red silk appeared on the scarlet blood hook, like a branching branch bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, extending towards the air. Xiaohua's expression didn't change in the slightest. He clapped his hand on his forehead, releasing the same pressure. Even though it was a bit weaker than Shang Cheng's pressure, Xiaohua's figure wasn't immobile like a qi condensation stage cultivator. And, as expected, it's still the early foundation establishment stage. Sensing Xiaohua's pressure, Shang Cheng's heart couldn't help but feel a burst of calmness. However, just as he was about to urge his pressure again, there was an explosive bang. The flames of the yang leaf fan completely wrapped around his scarlet blood hook. The tongue of flame licked the scarlet blood hook, and in the blink of an eye, the blood that had just been produced was completely burned away. Damn it, a magic artifact, it really is a magic artifact. Shang Cheng almost groaned inwardly. Fight! Shang Cheng roared in his heart. He clapped his hand and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. Then, he clapped his hand again and took out a blood-red glittering talisman. He slapped it on his body, and with a buzzing sound, Shang Cheng's body gradually expanded. Moreover, the skin of his whole body became scarlet. Watch this father's method. Shang Cheng grinned maliciously and flew towards Xiaohua from the air. When he got closer, his unshaven black face became even more ferocious. He clapped his hand and took out a fist-sized pitch-black hammer. He waved it and smashed it towards Xiaohua. Demonic artifact? Xiaohua stood with his hands behind his back, appearing very relaxed. Seeing the familiar appearance in Shang Cheng's hand, he couldn't help but sweep it with his divine sense. He almost laughed inwardly, but the pitch-black demonic artifact in his eyes seemed somewhat gloomy. He feared that Shang Cheng had done something to this demonic artifact. Hearing the demonic artifact in Shang Cheng's hand waving in the air, causing the wind to howl and make strange sounds, Chang Liqiang and the others were all aghast. They all secretly exclaimed, "A foundation establishment cultivator really has incomparable magical abilities. Not only does he have a talisman, he also has a legendary demonic artifact. Could it be that Xiaohua has been scared silly?" Seeing that Xiaohua was unhurried and didn't seem to have any means to deal with it, Shang Cheng was slightly surprised. He didn't think that Xiaohua had really been scared silly. For a moment, his waving hand actually became somewhat sluggish. Damn it, what's wrong with this father? Feeling the hesitation in his heart, Shang Cheng was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his strength to activate the strange talisman. The demonic artifact in his hand carried the sound of wind and smashed towards Xiaohua's head. It's only a so-so. Xiaohua calmly waved his hand and took out a demonic hammer that was several times larger than the one in Shang Cheng's hand. With a loud bang, the two hammers collided. The sound was so loud that the ears of the mortals near Cold River House were ringing. Most of them swayed and fell to the ground. Shang Cheng's mouth was wide open in astonishment. His entire body was sent flying by the demonic hammer. Don't leave. Xiaohua's figure moved, following Shang Cheng like a shadow. He waved his hand again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive bangs rang out. The demonic hammer, which was still somewhat difficult to wave during qi refinement, was now like a piece of grass in Xiaohua's hand. Shang Cheng's arm was already sore and numb, and his entire body was temporarily unable to move. Under Xiaohua's rapid attacks, he actually didn't have any reaction. The 3 hammers all hit his body, but Shang Cheng's body emitted a faint blood-red color, forcibly blocking the demonic hammer's enormous power. A protective magic treasure? Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. You think you're the only one with a magic treasure? Shang Cheng laughed evilly. His hands rubbed together, and a faint black brilliance formed between his palms again. "Forget it, this young master is too lazy to play with you." Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a drop of spirit fire flew out, directly flying towards Shangcheng's body. "Humph, it's only the true samadhi fire. This old man wants to see whether or not it can break this old man's magic treasure." Shangcheng's heart was apprehensive, but also somewhat panicked. He really didn't know whether his magic treasure could withstand the true samadhi fire. The magic seal from before hesitated for a moment, then changed again. Several scarlet streaks landed on his body. "Go," Xiaohua urged the divine fire art, and half of the magic power in his body immediately poured into the spirit fire. Following a wave of Xiaohua's finger, a long, rocket-like streak rushed into Shangcheng's chest. "If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1923. Without the slightest suspense, the flame went in. "Ah!" Shangcheng screamed miserably, and his hands finally formed a seal. With a muffled peng sound, Shangcheng's corpse suddenly exploded. Countless tiny pieces of flesh flashed with scarlet brilliance and rushed in all directions. "Damn it!" Xiaohua's divine sense swept and knew that these pieces of flesh were highly toxic. If they fell into the river or encountered ordinary people, it would be a great disaster. Moreover, what made Xiaohua the most angry was that Shangcheng actually wrapped his storage bag in the flesh. If Xiaohua wanted to take the storage bag, he must be poisoned. Therefore, he did not hesitate to form another hand seal. The other half of the magic power in his body surged into it. The drop of spirit fire turned into a fire net and quickly wrapped all the flesh and blood. With a slight curl, it turned into nothingness. At the same time, the spiritual fire also burned the storage bag slightly. Xiaohua's mind wrapped around the gap of the storage bag, and regardless of the consequences, everything inside was sucked into his own space. "Damn it, don't you know that this young master doesn't need to use his hands to take things?" Xiaohua looked at the storage bag being burned to ashes and sneered. Immediately, Xiaohua swept his divine sense around for a moment, and then said, "Good." He breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, in the Buddha's heart of Xiaohua's Buddha's Sarira, the burning Buddha's fire added a few more colors out of thin air. This Buddha fire had already reached a certain scale when Xiaohua was in the foundation establishment stage and used the 5 skandha spiritual awakening formation to transcend the undead. Now, it was burning more and more vigorously. After killing Shangcheng, Xiaohua did not rush to land. Instead, he quietly stood in midair. While recovering his magic power, he furrowed his brows and pondered. To be honest, Xiaohua did not expect Shangcheng to be so difficult to kill. Shangcheng actually made him use the spiritual fire twice and exhausted all the magic power in his body. For Shangcheng, who was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment, this was making a big fuss over nothing. However, Xiaohua didn't want to reveal it too much in front of everyone. This spiritual fire was only because he had the true samadhi fire as a cover. If others saw it, they would treat it as an ordinary flame. Otherwise, Xiaohua wouldn't reveal his trump card. In fact, the most important thing was that although Xiaohua now had the spiritual power of the peak foundation establishment stage and even the early gold core stage, he didn't have the corresponding techniques and magical powers to control this spiritual power. Another reason was that Shangcheng was from the 10,000 Poisons sect. Although it was a small sect, its poison was very powerful and was feared by ordinary cultivators. If the shopkeeper of the Cold River House, Han Jiang, was able to lay down a restrictive spell on the Cold River House, how could he not have any defensive spells on his body? But even so, he was still harmed by Shangcheng's poison. From this, one could see how powerful the poison of the 10,000 Poisons sect was. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaohua didn't have the true samadhi fire or the spiritual fire, he wouldn't be afraid of Shangcheng's poison. However, if he wanted to kill Shangcheng, it wouldn't be easy for him to not be poisoned. Granny, I still have to look at the techniques of various sects. Thinking of this, Xiaohua felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Although Xiaohua didn't have the patience to carefully organize the 4 storage pouches that Xiang Yang gave him, he still roughly looked through them. He originally thought that Xiang Yang would take away the cultivation technique jade slips of the 3 gold core stage seniors from Xuanyan School, Huanhua sect, and Huangdao sect, and bring them back to the Imperial Thunder sect to claim credit for himself. However, what surprised Xiaohua was that Xiang Yang didn't take a single one of these things. Even if there were a dozen or so jade slips, he didn't know which sect they belonged to. Presumably, they were the techniques of the cultivators from the side sects killed by the Thunder Beast. Xiaohua understood very well that when these things were put together, they were comparable to the foundation of a small cultivation sect. Xiaohua himself could even use these cultivation techniques to form a small family or sect. However, Xiang Yang didn't have the slightest intention of keeping them for himself and left them all to Xiaohua. What he took away was only half of the Thunder Beast's inner core and some other things that Xiang Yang knew were useless to Xiaohua. Eldest senior brother treated me like this, I will definitely repay eldest senior brother. Humph, Cui Hongshan, consider yourself lucky. Xiaohua thought of Xiang Yang and naturally thought of Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua, Shue's somewhat anxious voice sounded. Xiaohua looked up and saw that Shui couldn't wait for him and flew into the air. Are you alright? Immortal Beauty School's Mei Xiaoyao already ran away. I'm fine, how could I be fine? Xiaohua waved his hand in an extremely relaxed manner and said, your husband is thinking. As for Mei Xiaoyao, if she ran away, then she ran away. I originally didn't intend to kill her. Shui was surprised. You already killed her, what are you still thinking about? Sigh, killing her is too tiring. Your husband wants to think about how to easily kill her. Xiaohua winked exaggeratedly. Ha ha ha, Shui covered her mouth and laughed. She's a middle-stage foundation building cultivator. It's already not bad that you were able to kill her, and you still want to easily kill her. I'll wait for you. Xiaohua smiled and flew down the cold river house hand in hand. At this moment, other than the Chang family's siblings, there was also a gorgeous beautiful woman and a 10-year-old child in the cold river house. The two of them were kneeling beside Han Zhang's body that had already turned into a pitch-black mass of blood with sorrowful expressions. Seeing Xiaohua land, the Chang family's siblings were both afraid and longing. They bowed and saluted him. Senior Xiao, you've worked hard. Thank you, Master Xiao. The beautiful woman knelt on the ground, rushed forward a few steps, and kowtowed as she shouted. The 10-year-old child was even more sensible. He also followed his mother and kowtowed. Thank you, Benefactor Xiao. Sai, get up. Xiaohua looked at the pitiful mother and son and felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. If it wasn't for Shang Cheng's evil deeds, this would be such a harmonious family. With just a wave of Shang Cheng's hand, 2 more sorrowful people appeared in this world. The trajectory of these 2 people's lives had already changed. When the mother and son saw that they couldn't continue kowtowing, they also didn't dare to force themselves to kowtow. However, they still knelt and didn't move, sobbing miserably. That's right, the cold river house was precisely at the bank of this cold river. Who knows how many people coveted it? Han Jiang had died, and not even his bones remained. What would this orphan and widow do? This lowly concubine Han Jiang's first wife, Lady Lu. This is Han Jiang's only son, Han Yi. After sobbing for a while, Lady Lu raised her head and said to Xiaohua, Han Jiang has been killed. To be able to receive Master Zhao's righteousness and kill the murderer, this lowly concubine really has nothing to repay. Han Jiang only left this cold river house behind. This lowly concubine is willing to give this cold river house to Master Xiao as a gift of thanks. I only ask that, at this point, Lady Lu didn't dare to say anything else. She looked at Xiao Hua with difficulty, then looked at her own son whose eyes were flashing with anger, unyielding, and reverence. She clenched her teeth and said, I only ask that Master Xiao can, extend one more little finger and save Han Yi from the fire and water. Madame Lu didn't talk about herself and only talked about Han Yi. This immediately hit Xiao Hua's weak spot. He naturally knew what Madame Lu was thinking. He inwardly sighed and said, Han Yi, come over here. Chapter 1924. Yes, although Han Yi was in his teens, he was well versed in the matters of the marketplace. He very cleverly knelt and walked a few steps, arriving in front of Xiao Hua. Suddenly, Xiao Hua felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart, but it couldn't be said to be disgust. He originally wanted to see Han Yi's aptitude or constitution to see if he could find a disciple for Xiang Yang. But seeing Han Yi so cleverly, he was afraid it didn't conform to eldest senior brother's honest nature, right? You, actually already started cultivating? Xiao Hua probed Han Yi's meridians with a trace of magic power and immediately asked in astonishment. I'll let you know, Daoist Xiao. Han Yi's eyes were somewhat arrogant. He smiled apologetically and said, my father secretly nurtured me when I was young. It's just that there was no sect on the path of immortality, so no sect accepted me as a disciple. And, then where did your first layer of qi refining cultivation come from? Xiao Hua understood that it was impossible for Han Jiang to run such a large cold river house without a bit of reliance or planning. Han Yi said again, it was casually taught by an immortal who passed by the restaurant on a daily basis. Your cultivation method, where did it come from? Xiao Hua asked again. I also don't know. My father gave it to me. As Han Yi spoke, he carefully took out an oilcloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua opened it to take a look. In an instant, he felt a burst of sadness. Indeed, inside the oilcloth bag were a dozen yellowed pages of paper. On them were scribbled words of various sizes. It was a simple earth-type qi refining cultivation method. He didn't know how Han Jiang obtained it, but clearly, Han Jiang's painstaking care for the child was seen by Xiao Hua. At the same time, he also thought of his own difficulties in finding a cultivation method. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. With a wave of his hand, a flame flashed, and the pages containing the cultivation method turned into ashes. Han Yi was startled and cried out in a low voice. But immediately, he understood and lowered his head. Lu Shi was greatly alarmed and cried out, Daoist Xiao, Ludiseo, don't worry. Xue hurriedly reminded in a low voice, this cultivation method doesn't necessarily come from somewhere. If others know about it, it will bring misfortune to the child. Yes, this lowly concubine understands. Madame Lu immediately understood and hurriedly nodded. But then, she remembered that Xue had actually called her sister-in-law, and a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes. It had to be said that Xue had changed a lot after following Xiao Hua. If it were before, she would definitely not be able to call her sister-in-law. However, for her lover, she had changed. She had changed, even her personality. This Xiao originally intended to recommend you to the Imperial Lightning sect to become a disciple. Unfortunately, your physique is of the Earth attribute, and you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Lightning sect. This has made things difficult for this Xiao. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment before speaking. However, his gaze once again swept over the Chang siblings. Seeing Xiao Hua burn Han Yi's cultivation method, Chang Lihao's heart trembled. He understood that Xiao Hua was preparing to give Han Yi a new cultivation method. A cultivation method of the Earth attribute. Even Chang Lihao himself was envious of it. Now that Xiao Hua's gaze swept over him, he immediately understood what was going on. He took a step forward and bowed, Senior Xiao, the Imperial Lightning sect is really too far away. It will be difficult for Han Yi and Madame Lu to go there. Since we encountered this matter together with Senior Shao, and Senior Shao helped Han Yi to settle the blood debt, then we will help Senior Shao deal with the aftermath? Great! Xiao Hua saw that Chang Lihao was so tactful and was also happy. He smiled and said, then how about letting Han Yi become a disciple of your Chang clan? Sister-in-law Lu can also go with Han Yi. As for the future, it will be up to you. This junior has the same intention. Chang Lihao smiled apologetically and said, although the Chang clan of Mo Cloud Village isn't big, it shouldn't be a problem to take care of a widow and an orphan. And, remember, don't let them be bullied. Xiao Hua reminded him. Then, he smiled and said, of course, since they are disciples of the Chang clan, they should be disciplined. Yes, this junior understands. Chang Lihao smiled and turned to Chang Limin and said, Little Min, go around and see if there is anyone who wants to take over this cold river house. As a cultivator, I can't be tied down by these things. Yes, Chang Limin nodded and walked away quickly. Xiao Hua looked at Han Zhang's bloodstains on the ground. With a wave of his hand, another flame appeared, burning everything into nothingness. He turned his head and said to Madame Lu, don't blame me for being ruthless. This bloodstain is highly toxic, leaving it here will only harm you. Yes, I will follow Spiritual Master Zhao's decision. Lu Shi saw that her husband's last mark disappeared and her heart was filled with sorrow. Sister-in-law Lu, you can leave now. Tell them to pack up the things that we are going to take away. Later, I will ask Xiao Min to send you to Mo Yun village. Chang Lihao was quite good at commanding. He made a prompt decision and gave his orders. Yes, this lowly concubine will go now. Lu Shi understood this kind of danger. Naturally, she wanted to take advantage of the time when the other immortals were here to deal with everything. She immediately agreed and went downstairs after looking at Han Yi. Han Yi, get up. If there is no need, don't kneel in the future. Xiao Hua looked at Lu Shi's back and said. Yes, this disciple understands. Han Yi immediately got up and stood beside Xiao Hua obediently. Xiao Hua thought for a while, then clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips, one in each hand. He closed his eyes and immersed his divine sense in them. After a while, he put one of them away and gave the other one to Chang Lihao. This is a cultivation method of the earth element. It can help you reach the early stage of the foundation building realm. Take it as a reward for Han Yi. Chang Lihao nodded. Chang Lihao's heart was beating wildly. He quickly waved his hand and said, Senior Shao, to help the late shopkeeper Han is our goodwill. What you are doing, however, Chang Lihao's fervent eyes exposed his thoughts again. I will leave now. However, your Chang family will have to teach Han Yi in the future. If there is no reward, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to the sect. Xiao Hua said with a faint smile. Well, since Senior Shao said so, I won't be unreasonable. Chang Lihao was generous. He reached out and took the jade slips and kept them properly. Xiao Hua clapped his hands again and took out a small storage bag. He passed it over and said, there are some spiritual stones and elixirs for qi refinement. Take it as a gift for the Chang family's sect master. If there are any leftovers, give them to Han Yi. Yes, yes. Chang Lihao was shocked. He wanted to decline, but when he looked at Xiao Hua, he couldn't bring himself to say those words. He had no choice but to accept it. Then, he took out the jade slip of the cultivation method and put it in the storage bag. He said seriously, Senior Shao is so righteous, which is rare in the Dawn Rain continent. I will definitely tell Sect Master what you said. Please rest assured, Senior Shao. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. He looked at the Han River Pavilion. Everything was still the same except for Han Zhang's life. Xiao Hua sighed and walked to the side of the pavilion. At this time, the round sun was gradually setting in the west. The blood-red sunlight shone on the surface of the Han River. It was like a bloody snake wantonly dancing. It was very bleak. Seeing that Xiaohua was in a bad mood, Shui didn't dare to go forward. When she was about to take a step forward, she heard Chang Xuemei whispered timidly, "Sister Shui. You are Ling Feiyun's sister from the Mist Mountain?" Yes. Shui heard and asked curiously, "Do you know Feiyun?" Yes. Chang Xuemei's face actually blushed as she said in a low voice, 3 years ago, when this little sister went out to train, I passed by the Misty Mountain and saw Feiyun." Feiyun? Shui rolled her eyes and understood. She smiled and said, "What did Feiyun say to you?" "He didn't say anything." Chang Xuemei was a bit embarrassed. "I was in a hurry and met Feiyun. We traveled together for a few days. He told me about Sister Shui. I just heard Sister Shui's name and that you are a disciple of the Lightning School. That's why I asked." So, fellow Chang is not an outsider." Shui's gaze had scanned Chang Xuemei dozens of times, from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Although Chang Xuemei's skin was a little dark and her eyebrows were a little big, the more one looked at her, the more attractive she was. She was far more refreshing than Mei Xiaoyao from the Immortal Beauty sect. "Sister, your cultivation is one level lower than Feiyun. You have to work harder," Shui said with a smile. He is already at the 10th level of qi refining?" Chang Xuemei was pleasantly surprised. 3 years ago, he was still at the 9th level of qi refining. Yes. Shui said again, "Feiyun's true bloodline has already awakened. His cultivation will be faster in the future. I'm afraid he is not far away from foundation building." "Well, then I really have to congratulate him." Chang Xuemei gritted her teeth. She was both happy and panicked. While they were talking, Chang Limin brought a fat man who looked quite rich and respectfully said, "Senior Xiao, this is, no need to tell me. Everything will be decided by your Chang family." Xiaohua said without turning his head. "Yes." Chang Limin turned his head and told the situation to Chang Lihao. Chang Lihao asked Han Yi while dealing with the matter very quickly. Then, he brought Han Yi and the fat man downstairs and handed over the cold river house. "Sister, you and Senior Xiao, where are you going?" Chang Xuemei saw that there was no one upstairs and whispered. I came out to experience foundation building. I don't have a fixed place to go." Shui said with a smile. "Oh," Chang Xuemei's face showed envy, "I don't know if I can see the hope of foundation building like you." There will be. Since Feiyun has it, you might as well." Shui was quite fond of Chang Xuemei. After a moment of silence, Chang Xuemei looked at Xiaohua, then looked at Chang Yulian, and whispered, "I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Chapter 1925. "What is it? Just say it." Shui said straightforwardly. When Chang Xuemei heard this, her courage was boosted. She smiled apologetically and said, "The 5 of us originally wanted to go to Tianmen Mountain's Huang family, but Brother Hao should have to turn back. The 4 of us went to the Huang family, but we didn't get anything. If we all turn back, this trip will be a waste. I wonder if Sister is interested in going to the Huang family?" "Why go to the Huang family?" Shui asked curiously. "Sister, you don't know." Chang Yulian also came over and whispered, "Tianmen Mountain's Huang family is that little cabbage cultivation family. Now that their family has declined, they can only retreat to a corner of Tianmen Mountain. Now, their family has encountered a strange situation. A female member of the family, who is just like a little cabbage, contracted a strange disease and is bedridden. Although she doesn't look strange, she just can't wake up. Sometimes, she will have a strange smile on her face. The head of the Huang family is very anxious. They found many famous doctors, but they couldn't treat her. They felt that it might be related to cultivation, but now that they have declined, they can't even compare to my Cloud Village. They can't find a cultivator with profound cultivation, so they used their Huang family's ancestral magic tool as the price to ask a nearby cultivator to treat her. Hee, did you take a fancy to that magic tool? Shue chuckled. Yes, sister, you know it's true. Chang Xuemei smiled and said, my Cloud Village can't compare to Misty Mountain. Sister and the others can't compare to Feiyun. We don't have that many magic tools for us to use. Sister and brothers want to try our luck and see if we can get that magic tool back. Sister went with Senior Shao. Although I don't have the confidence to treat her, at least sister and the others won't be in danger, right? If sister doesn't have anything urgent, why not go and take a look? Chang Xuemei begged. That's right, sister. Maybe the Huang family has other stories about Little Cabbage. Chang Yulian also said, this little sister also wants to see what that little cabbage is called and where she grew up. This little sister really admires such an infatuated girl that is hard to come by in this world. Shue may not have listened to Chang Xuemei's words, but Chang Yulian's words aroused Shue's curiosity. Yes, a cultivator actually fell in love with a weak scholar and finally committed suicide for the scholar. This was simply impossible, but it had been passed down by the bank of the cold river for thousands of years. What was the secret behind it? Shue turned around and was just about to ask Xiaohua for his opinion when she heard Xiaohua say with a smile, wherever junior sister goes, senior brother will follow. This was exactly what Shue had told Xiaohua that day. All right. Shue looked at Chang Xuemei and smiled, then sister will accompany you. Okay. Chang Yulian and Chang Xuemei laughed and almost jumped up, completely looking like young girls. Chang Liqiang, who had been standing at the side without moving, also had a smile on his face. Mortal affairs were also complicated. Chang Lihao helped Han Yi hand over the Han River house and actually went for the time of a meal. Fortunately, Xiaohua looked at the setting sun and didn't feel anxious in his heart. Senior Xiao, this junior has settled the matter. Chang Lihao went up to the 4th floor and bowed. This junior originally planned to take Han Yi and Lu Shi back to Imoyun village, but since it was Senior Zhao's request, this junior will go back with Xiao Min. Very good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a large stack of flying talismans and handed it to Chang Lihao, saying, this Xiao will go with your sister to the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain. You all go quickly. Chang Lihao was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed and said with a smile, if Senior Xiao goes, it will be a piece of cake. Xiaohua chuckled, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain is a cultivation family. This Xiao is only an early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. This Xiao is simply not worthy of their attention. This Xiao is just accompanying junior sister to take a look. As long as Senior Xiao can go. Chang Lihao held the storage bag given by Xiaohua in his hand. All of Han Yi and Lu Shi's things were thrown inside. Thank you, spiritual master Xiao. Lu Shi and Han Yi thanked again, we will never forget spiritual master Zhao's kindness. Go. Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Han Yi, cultivate well. If you can succeed in your cultivation, you must also remember today's matter. Do more good deeds that conform to the Tao of heaven and do more righteous deeds that are beneficial to people. This junior understands. Han Yi bowed and said. Seeing Han Yi's excited appearance, Xiaohua shook his head in his heart. Understand my ass. If it was so easy to understand, how could there be so many people in the world who pursued benefits? Even if he understood now, when there is temptation tomorrow, he would have already thrown the word righteous to the back of his mind. Soon after, Chang Lihao and Chang Limin took Han Yi and Lu Shi back to Imoyun village. Xiao Hua took Xue Xue and Chang Xuemei and flew towards Tianmen Mountain. After traveling from Hanjiangnan for more than 10 days, they arrived at the area of Tianmen Mountain. The scenery around Tianmen Mountain was different from what Xiao Hua had seen before. There were ravines everywhere, countless streams, and all the lands were connected by rivers. Most of the people in the secular world traveled on boats. Among the rippling water, there was a lot of rain. For more than 10 days, there was a lot of rain. It was like a misty rain. Fortunately, Xiao Hua and the others were all cultivators and were not afraid of this rain. This was especially true for Xiao Hua. For the past 10 days, other than flying slowly, he had been chatting with Xue Xue and the Chang sisters. The rest of the time, he had been squinting his eyes and carefully comprehending some golden core cultivator's spells and sword formations. At night, he had put all of his thoughts into comprehending them. Therefore, after 10 days, his body was surrounded by an extremely dim brilliance. Although this brilliance was very weak, it was enough to block out the rain. Senior Martial Brother Xiao, Tianmen Mountain is not far ahead. Chang Xuemei pointed at the distant mountains and said with a smile. In these 10 days, Chang Xuemei and the others had spent a lot of time with Xiao Hua and gradually understood that this senior Xiao was extremely amiable. He was far from the eccentric temperament they had imagined. Most of the time, he was even easier to talk to than Xue Xue. Therefore, all their fear gradually disappeared. Looking at Xiao Hua's face that was even younger than them, they changed the way they addressed him from Senior Xiao to Senior Martial Brother Xiao. Xiao Hua did not think much of it. His temperament was simple, and he also liked to be with young people. It did not matter whether they called him senior or not. We actually flew so far. Xiao Hua rubbed his chin and said, that little cabbage had no reason to meet a weak scholar at night and run for more than 10 days, right? Gij, Chang Yulian said with a smile, I'm afraid that little cabbage from 10,000 years ago didn't live on Tianmen Mountain. At that time, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain was very powerful. It should be on the banks of the cold river. It should be. Xiao Hua nodded and turned his head to look. Your brother Hao should be back soon, right? Chang Yulian also nodded and said, we flew very slowly and were waiting for them. If we had followed our usual pace, they should have arrived today. Chapter 1926. Then, she flew in front of Xue Xue and hugged Xue Xue's arm. She smiled, actually, Sister Xue and Senior Brother Xiao should go to Mo Cloud Village. The scenery there is much better than here. At least there isn't so much rain and fog. Is there something wrong? Chang Xuemei asked anxiously. No. Xue Xue was about to comfort her when Xiao Hua said, they are back. Senior Brother Xiao saw them with his spiritual sense. Chang Xuemei asked enviously. Yes, Xiao Hua nodded. Sure enough, after 15 minutes, they heard Chang Lihao's surprised voice, Senior Xiao, we really caught up with you. But seeing the shock on Chang Xuemei's face, Chang Lihao was stunned. Sister Xuemei? What's wrong? No, nothing. Chang Xuemei reacted and shook her head. She knew Chang Lihao and Chang Li means flying speed very well. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they had already flown more than 10 miles. In that case, Xiao Hua's spiritual sense had already exceeded 10 miles. This was definitely not the spiritual sense range of an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment. Although Chang Xuemei admired Xiao Hua for killing Shangcheng, she also heard Shangcheng's words and thought that Xiao Hua only did it with the power of a magic treasure. Also, Xiao Hua seemed to have used a lot of effort to kill Shangcheng, so she didn't think highly of Xiao Hua. But now, there was a clue that made Xiao Hua look up to him. Greetings, Senior Xiao. Chang Lihao and Chang Limin flew to Xiao Hua and bowed. How did it go? Seeing how excited Chang Lihao and Chang Limin were, Xiaohua naturally knew that their trip was successful. Senior, the master of Mo Cloud Village, heard about Senior Xiao's deeds and was moved. A cultivator like Senior Xiao who can help the weak and get rid of the strong is rare in the Dawn Rain continent now. The master admires Senior Xiao a lot and wants to see Senior Xiao face to face. Chang Li Hao said as he clapped his hand and took out a red token. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, "Unfortunately, the family head can't easily leave Mo Cloud Village. This is the token of a guest elder of Mo Cloud Village. Senior Xiao, please accept it. When you have the chance in the future, come to Mo Cloud Village for a chat. Get rid of the strong and help the weak." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this phrase used too much in the pugilistic world? Moreover, Chang Li Hao didn't mention Han Yi, but directly talked about the family head's words. Naturally, he was instructed by the family head of the Chang family. At this time, he even took out the guest's token, which was quite unexpected for Xiaohua. Sigh, no wonder so many cultivators are unwilling to meddle in other people's business. It turns out that the consequences of meddling in other people's business are so complicated. Xiaohua almost wanted to scratch his head. However, when he looked at Chang Xuemei, who was standing next to Xue Xue, he felt that this female cultivator seemed to have some sort of relationship with Ling Feiyun. Moreover, he and Xue Xue would definitely have to dual cultivate in the future. It could be said that there was some karma between them. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed inside. He extended his hand and said, "Since your patriarch thinks so highly of me, this Xiao will go to Mo Cloud Village to take a look when I have time." Great! Chang Li Hao was absolutely overjoyed. This was the highest mission given to him by the head of the family, and it was completed so easily. After Xiaohua took the hope, Chang Li Hao said again, "As for Junior Han Yi and Lu Clan, Senior Xiao doesn't need to worry." Before this junior left, the family head had already appointed a foundation establishment grandpa to guide Han Yi's cultivation. That's right, Xiaohua secretly curled his lips, that set of martial arts can directly cultivate to the early stage of foundation establishment. If Mo Cloud Village doesn't pay attention to it, then this junior will be blind. That's right, Xiaohua nodded and said, "You guys have worked hard too." Hehe, it's not hard, Chang Limin at the side smiled and said, "Senior Zhao's flying talisman is really useful. This junior didn't use much spiritual power." Che, Xiaohua secretly laughed. This was clearly flattery. If it was a fireball talisman, then it was made by himself. This flying talisman was bought by him casually. It wasn't a high-level item, so it was nothing. But after Xiaohua finished laughing, his heart was moved. He clapped his hands and took out hundreds of fireball talismans. He handed them to Chang Limin and said, "You guys have worked hard. This fireball talisman was made by me personally. Take it to protect yourself." Hehe, thank you Senior Brother Xiao. Without waiting for Chang Limin to take it, Chang Yulian smiled and said, "First, Senior Brother Zhao's fire attribute magic is so powerful, and you have one of the thunder and fire attributes of the thunder-controlling sect. This fireball talisman must be very powerful." Chang Limin was still a little disappointed, but after hearing Chang Yulian's words, he immediately understood, and his face showed even more disappointment. "Yulian, how can you neglect Senior Xiao like this?" Chang Li Hao heard, and his face became slightly gloomy as he scolded. "Hehe, Brother Hao." Chang Yulian chuckled as if she was gossiping with her brother in Mo Yun village. "I heard from Big Sister Xue that Senior Martial Brother Xiao is not much older than us. He is much younger than our foundation establishment grandfathers in Mo Yun village. If we call him Senior Martial Brother Xiao, wouldn't he be called old by Senior Martial Brother Xiao? Sister Xue won't be happy." This. Not only was Chang Li Hao speechless, but Xiaohua also smiled bitterly. He could only wave his hand and said, "Just call him Senior Brother. It's convenient to go to Tianmen Mountain." "Yes, Senior Xiao." Senior brother Xiao. When Chang Lihao agreed, he was ecstatic. Xiaohua had stepped into the foundation establishment realm at such a young age, and his strength was comparable to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Such a person, not to mention the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, even the disciples of small sects were worth making friends with. Moreover, Xiaohua's temperament was simple and approachable. In the future, not to mention other things, just by casually giving some pointers, they would enjoy a lifetime of enjoyment. How could calling him senior brother be compared to calling him senior brother? Don't snatch it. Xiaohua saw Chang Yulian put all the fireball talismans into the storage bag. Her playful look was somewhat similar to Xiao Xianrui's when she held the peacock fantasy in her hands in the early years. He said with a smile, "This thing is made by me. You can have as many as you want." As he spoke, he took out the remaining dozens of talismans and handed them to Chang Lihao. "Thank you, senior brother Xiao." Chang Lihao was overjoyed. "Darling Xiao, you know how to make yellow talismans?" Shui didn't know that Xiaohua had this skill and asked with a smile. Xiaohua held his chin with his hand and said mysteriously, "This senior brother has many secret skills. Where did you learn them? You can slowly understand them in the future." Xiaohua's words were very ambiguous. How could Shui not hear it? It was the two's whispers. Now that Xiaohua suddenly said it, while Shui's face was slightly hot, her heart was sweet. Chang Yulian and the others didn't know. They immediately asked excitedly, "Senior brother Xiao, senior brother Xiao, did you learn how to make yellow talismans in the Imperial Thunder sect? Your Imperial Thunder sect is really good, they teach everything." Cough cough, Shui charmingly swept a glance at Xiaohua, "Your senior brother Xiao is a genius. He didn't even go to learn the Imperial Thunder School's talisman crafting techniques. I'm afraid he already knew this when he was a loose cultivator back then, right? Io, senior brother Xiao was a rogue cultivator? Tell me." Chang Yulian's eyes immediately showed curiosity. Even if Chang Xuemei wanted to maintain a certain image in front of Shui, she couldn't help but look at Xiaohua curiously. Cough cough, it's all the bitterness of the past, Xiaohua said with a smile. However, this method of making fireball talismans, and confinement talismans is really a method that rogue cultivators relied on to survive. If you are interested, this Xiao can teach you. Really? Chang Yulian jumped in the air. She was very happy. Other cultivators treasured their own techniques and hid all kinds of techniques. This Xiaohua was good. After saying a few words, he wanted to teach them. This was a talisman-making technique. Mo Cloud Village spent who knows how many spirit stones to buy yellow talismans every year. Hee, Xiaohua Xian laughed. He had been a loose cultivator before, so he knew that it wasn't easy to obtain cultivation techniques. However, since he wouldn't be able to use yellow talismans in the future, and these siblings of the Chang family also seemed to be kind, what was wrong with teaching them a little? Of course, what Xiaohua wanted to teach was their own understanding. He wouldn't teach what the Jinhua Mountain Fu family learned. Xiaohua took out the small booklet of fireball talismans and icicle talismans and handed it to Shui. Shui understood. She first flipped through it and then handed it to Chang Xuemei. She said with a smile, "This talisman-making technique will trouble little sister Xuemei to write it down. I will learn it with my junior brothers and sisters. If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask senior martial brother Xiao." Chang Xuemei's hands were trembling. 2 yellow talisman-making techniques at once. After she took it, her heart calmed down. She said firmly, "Little sister will be careful. Let's go, Tianmen Mountain isn't far. Let's go to the Huang family first." Xiaohua ordered and flew away first. Yes, Chang Lihao and the others answered and followed behind Xiaohua in high spirits. Although Tianmen Mountain was already in sight, because the Chang siblings flew very slowly, Xiaohua and the others still took half a day to reach it. They saw that Tianmen Mountain was on both sides of a big river. It was tall and straight, like an open door. On the side of Tianmen Mountain, several winding rivers surrounded the mountain ridge and finally flowed into the big river. In the middle of the several winding rivers, there were several connected mountains. On these mountains, flowers were splendid, trees were shady, and beautiful pavilions were hidden in the shade. It was like a paradise on earth. Moreover, at this time, it was sunny after the rain. The bright sunlight shone on it, and the raindrops were sparkling. Although there was no magic embellishment, how could the work of the heavens be made of rain? The green is strange, the embroidery is wrong, and the beauty of the bell covers the sky. But with such an outstanding place, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain can't be underestimated. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be moved. In such a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed, it was too easy to produce a few talented disciples. Yes, only here like water can produce such an infatuated cabbage. Shue's thoughts were obviously different from Xiaohua's. Chapter 1927. Chang Lihao looked behind him and whispered, "What a pity. The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain is no longer the legendary Huang family." Yes. Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense. He knew that although there were many restrictions here, the flow of spiritual power in the restrictions was weak. There were many flaws that had not been fixed. It must have been abandoned for a long time. While they were talking, two people flew out from the center of the area and scanned the area with their divine senses. The two of them flew very fast and arrived in front of Xiaohua and the others in a moment. The first one was an old man who looked like he was in his 70s and wore yellow clothes. Behind him was another old man. The two of them stopped in the air and their gazes fell on Xiaohua. The old man in front cupped his hands and said, "I am Huang Tianla, the head of the Huang family from Tianmen Mountain. May I know where you are from?" Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm Xiaohua. I'm here to accompany the little brother from Mo Yun village to take a look." Mo Yun village's Chang family? Huang Tianla was stunned. When did the Chang family have a foundation establishment guest? Junior Chang Lihao greets Senior Huang. Chang Lihao saw Xiaohua pushing him forward and quickly bowed. "Well, nephew Chang, please get up." Huang Tianla helped Chang Lihao up and asked, "Nephew Chang, did you come here for a magic artifact?" "Yes, that's my intention." Chang Lihao answered awkwardly. "But, from what I know, Mo Yun village doesn't seem to have any special medical skills, right?" Huang Tianla whispered. Chang Lihao smiled and said, "Of course, Mo Yun village doesn't have any. But senior brother Xiao is here, so we have the courage to come to Tianmen Mountain." "I see." Huang Tianla looked at Xiaohua and said with a wry smile, "I'll let fellow Daoist Xiao know that this old man's granddaughter has been ill for a long time." This old man had no choice but to do this, but many people came for no reason, but there were very few who could really help. This old man also had no choice but to do this. Hearing this, Chang Lihao's face became even redder. Didn't he come here to try his luck? Fortunately, he met Xiaohua this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter Tianmen Mountain. Xiaohua nodded. "I can understand fellow Daoist Huang's feelings, but since I've come here, I'll just take a look. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have dared to speak." "Well, I'm not talking about fellow Daoist Xiao. My Tianmen Mountain welcomes a cultivator like fellow Daoist Xiao." Huang Tianla squeezed out a smile on his face. "If it weren't for some family matters, we would definitely hold a banquet to welcome you. Under the heavenly Tao, there will always be changes. Fellow Daoist Huang's state of mind, I'm afraid." Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Huang Tianla was shocked. Shock appeared on his face. He looked Xiaohua up and down, bowed and said, "Many thanks for fellow Daoist Zhao's reminder." Fellow Taoist Xiao, really is a guest elder of Mo Cloud Village. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua took out Mo Cloud Village's token and said with a smile, I'm Senior Marshal Brother Li Hao and the others. Fellow Taoist Huang doesn't need to doubt me. Looking at Mo Cloud Village's token in Xiao Hua's hand, Huang Tianla was skeptical. However, since Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Huang Tianla couldn't ask any more. He could only smile apologetically and say, Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is my Tianmen Mountain's housekeeper. He's also my younger brother, Huang Tianming. Let him accompany fellow Taoist Xiao and take a look around Tianmen Mountain first. Right now, there are too many noisy people in Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Someone like fellow Taoist should go later. Well said. Xiao Hua knew that there were definitely other foundation establishment cultivators in the Huang family. Huang Tianla couldn't possibly accompany him here. Instead of going to Vermilion Bird Palace Hall right now, he might as well take a look around here. Excuse me. Huang Tianla cupped his hands and flew away. The other old man came forward and smiled apologetically, I'm Huang Tianming. Greetings to fellow Taoist Xiao. I don't dare. Xiao Hua promptly returned the greeting, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Huang. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao coming to my Tianmen Mountain is already giving my Huang family face. Being able to bring fellow Taoist Xiao around Tianmen Mountain is also my honor. Please. Huang Tianming said with a smile, but there was clearly some worry in his eyes. How about this, fellow Taoist Huang? Since I'm here, why don't you bring me around Tianmen Mountain and let my junior brother and the others take a look? Tell them about the symptoms of your sect's female cultivator. Although Xiao Hua wasn't sure if he could cure her, he could at least comfort her. Thus, he said this in embarrassment. All right. Huang Tianming sighed and said, I can see that fellow Taoist Xiao is considerate. You're not like other cultivators. As soon as you see the master of my sect, you don't ask about Xiang Er's illness, but first ask about the quality of the magic tool. Truly. Cough cough. Xiao Hua was also a bit embarrassed. He felt like he was being forced to do something beyond his ability. How could Huang Tianming know what Xiao Hua was thinking? He explained the whole sequence of events to Xiao Hua in detail, hoping that Xiao Hua would have some way to reverse the situation. It turned out that for some unknown reason, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain began to wither away since 10,000 years ago. Each generation was worse than the previous one. Originally, the master of the Huang family was a gold core cultivator, but it had declined until today. The master of the Huang family was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, and his other aspects were even worse. The heirs of Tianmen Mountain were also mediocre, and the number of heirs from the branches had also decreased. In this generation, they finally managed to produce a female cultivator from the direct line with great difficulty. Her name was Huang Zixiang. This Huang Mengxiang had been intelligent since she was young. Although the Huang family had declined, their foundation was still there. Since they produced such a genius, they naturally nurtured her with all their might. That was why Huang Mengxiang was able to cultivate to the 9th layer of the aura refining realm before the age of 20. Moreover, based on her cultivation progress, she would probably be able to break through to the 10th layer of the aura refining realm within 3 years. However, last spring, when Huang Mengxiang was preparing to break through to the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, something went wrong. She unexpectedly fainted in the quiet room she was cultivating in. Huang Tianla checked her meridians and other places, but they were all normal and there were no abnormalities. Afterwards, Huang Tianla used the power of the entire Huang family, but he was unable to find the reason for her fainting. As a result, Huang Tianla had no choice but to issue a magic tool as a reward. Hearing this, Xiao Hua frowned and said, Fellow Taoist Huang, in fact, with the foundation of the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain, they could just casually find a gold core cultivator from a large sect like the Xuanyan school or the Qiqiao school. And, even if it wasn't a large sect, wouldn't they be able to find a gold core cultivator from a cultivation sect like the Huangdao sect or the Five Element sect? With their remarkable abilities, they might be able to cure her. It's better than issuing a reward like this. AI, Huang Tianming sighed and said with a bitter smile, this is the cycle of the heavenly Tao, karma. My Huang family of Tianmen Mountain was really too prominent tens of thousands of years ago. Although we couldn't compare to those large cultivation sects, we didn't put them in our eyes and offended many of them. Now that my Huang family has declined, how could they possibly put us in their eyes? As long as they don't hit us while we're down, that's good enough. Who would want to help us again? Moreover, if a gold core cultivator were to take action, the price isn't something my Huang family can bear. Now, the Huang family is different from before. We can only have. Now, only this Tianmen mountain can provide for the reproduction of our descendants. We can't just hand it over to others. Chapter 1928. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua naturally knew the pain of having no money and could only smile apologetically. But after thinking for a moment, he asked, since so many cultivators have come, do you have any clues? What clues? Huang Tianming said somewhat irritably, every one of them has their own reasons, but none of them can wake Xiang up. Moreover, Xiang is still a virgin, how can she be casually played around with? There is no reason. AI, if that's the case, then I don't have any confidence. Xiaohua said calmly, looking at the situation, I don't need to go to the Huang family's Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It's better to return early. As fellow Xiao said, you are a guest from afar. Although my Huang family has declined, we still welcome open and honest cultivators like fellow Xiao. Today is the last day of my Huang family welcoming guests. From tomorrow onwards, Xiang's illness will be left to fate. We have worked hard for her for more than a year, so it can be considered that we have not let her down. Huang Tianming said with a smile, moreover, our family head has also arranged a banquet tonight. Whether or not Xiang is cured, we can't treat you poorly. Actually, to be honest, fellow Xiao doesn't make a difference. Why don't you go and join in the fun? Fine, I'll nag you once. Xiaohua heard Huang Tianming's helpless tone and could only nod. Senior Huang, this junior has a question to ask. Shui was done admiring the scenery. After looking around for a long time, she finally opened her mouth to ask. Oh, this is my junior sister, Shui. Xiaohua smiled and held Shui's hand. Seeing Xiaohua and Shui being so intimate, how could Huang Tianming not know? He quickly smiled and said, what does fellow Shui want to ask? There is no harm in asking. Junior wants to ask. Shui hesitated for a moment and said, Little Cabbage, is she from Tianmen Mountain's Huang family? What is her name? Does she have? Without waiting for Shui to finish, Huang Tianming's expression suddenly changed and he interrupted, this is just a rumor, how can you believe it? Fellow Taoist Shui, you actually came to our Heavenly Gate Mountain to ask about the origin of a river fish. This is really blasphemous to our Huang clan. Shui, hearing Huang Tianming's words, Xiaohua knew that Shui was definitely not the first person to ask. Just as Huang Tianming said, if you take a river fish and ask if it was transformed from the Huang family's ancestor, isn't that blasphemy? It would be strange if Huang Tianming wasn't angry. Yes, senior brother. Shui knew that it was inappropriate and hurriedly bowed and said, this junior was curious and caused senior Huang to misunderstand. Huang Tianming flicked his sleeves, looked at the sky, and said, it's getting late. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please, his tone was no longer as affectionate and familiar as before. Xiaohua forced a smile and raised his hand. Fellow Taoist Huang, please. Chang Yulian and Chang Xuemei, who were behind Shue, slightly pouted and gently stuck out their tongues. They rejoiced that it was Shue who asked. If it was them, they would have been expelled from the Heavenly Gate Mountain. At this time, it was dusk. The sky around the Heavenly Gate Mountain was filled with the glow of the setting sun. In the gradually darkening sky, countless dark clouds were slowly forming. Within the dark clouds, faint blue lightning was gradually forming. The Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was built in the central region of the Heavenly Gate Mountain. It was a land surrounded by several streams. It was vermilion red and was very dazzling in the midst of the emerald green. It was like a ball of fire, and with a single glance, one could tell that the Huang clan of the Heavenly Gate Mountain had an extraordinary origin. Huang Tianming led Xiaohua and the others until they were a few dozen feet away from the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Then, he descended and stopped outside the vermilion red walls. He called over a Huang family disciple who was guarding the entrance and said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. I still have other trivial matters to attend to. If I may be so bold, I can't accompany you." Xiaohua forced a smile and could only cup his hands. "Fellow Taoist Huang, please do your own things. I will bid farewell to your clan head and will leave in a while." "And, there is no need for that. The banquet will begin in a while. It is also good for fellow Taoist Xiao to get to know a few more fellow Taoists." Huang Tianming cupped his hands and politely turned around to leave. "Senior Xiao, please." The Huang clan disciple respectfully bowed and said, "An." Xiaohua looked at Huang Tianming's back and knew that Shue's words had offended him. But, why is he so wary of little cabbage? No matter what, it was something that happened 10,000 years ago. Is there a need to be like this? Xiaohua thought and followed the disciple into the courtyard. The courtyard was 100 feet wide and there were some strange rockery inside. There were also some rare tree species and a few spirit beasts. It was quite the style of a great clan. When Xiaohua entered the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The interior of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was a sea of vermilion red. The ground was covered in dilapidated scarlet lava. The four walls of the palace hall were engraved with countless runes. There were also too many paintings. The paintings were either scenes of ancient times, scenes of cultivators fighting, or scenes of hundreds of beasts fighting. The runes on the walls were like tadpoles that converged towards the top of the palace hall. As Xiaohua moved his gaze upwards, he saw that the tens of thousands of runes had actually converged into a picture of a vermilion bird. "Oh my!" Xiaohua was inwardly astonished. The Huang clan of Heavenly Gate Mountain probably has the bloodline of the vermilion bird true spirit. This extravagance isn't inferior to an ordinary cultivation sect. But looking at this Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, it is just as Huang Tianming said. It should be coveted by other cultivation sections. I really can't accept their kindness so easily. Senior Xiao, this way please. Seeing Xiaohua's footsteps slightly stagnate, the Huang clan disciple's heart also rose with pride. However, his face was still respectful as he raised his hand and indicated for Xiaohua to sit inside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. After Xiaohua finished looking at the layout of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he once again looked at the entire hall. He shockingly discovered that within the enormous Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, there were already dozens of white jade tables placed there. Around each table, there were a few cultivators sitting. These cultivators were either foundation establishment or qi refinement cultivators. However, qi refinement cultivators were still the majority. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. In the depths of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, Huang Tianla sat at the head seat. Near him, there were a few early-stage foundation establishment cultivators accompanying him. When he saw Xiaohua enter, he pointed to a place on his left that was slightly closer to him. Hearing Huang Tianla's greeting, all the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall looked towards Xiaohua. Dozens of divine senses also swept over. Their gazes were not without vigilance. The slightly noisy Vermilion Bird Palace Hall also became cold and silent. Xiao Hua looked at the place Huang Tianla pointed to. He didn't show off too much, he just cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Huang clan head. This little one's cultivation is insufficient, it's better for me to casually sit." "Hehe, this is Mo Cloud Stronghold's guest cultivator, his name is Xiao Hua." Huang Tianla smiled and introduced him to the early stage foundation establishment cultivators next to him. "He really is young and promising." When everyone heard this, they all withdrew their divine senses and said uninterestedly, "Mo Cloud Stronghold actually also has a foundation establishment guest cultivator, it's not easy." Xiao Hua knew that these foundation building cultivators were hostile towards him, and he wasn't interested in whatever magic tool they were looking for. He looked around and saw that there were a few empty spots at the end of the table where the foundation building cultivators were seated. He then walked over to them. When everyone saw that Xiao Hua was very tactful, they became even more enraptured. Once again talking about the previous topic, the atmosphere in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall slowly became lively again. Huang Tianla also retracted his attention and dealt with the nearby cultivators. When Xiao Hua sat down, Shui and the others also sat around Xiao Hua. Chang Lihao and the others also sat very upright. They were the representatives of Mo Cloud Stronghold, they couldn't lose face for the people of Mo Cloud Stronghold. So its fellow Daoist Xiao, an early stage foundation establishment cultivator sitting above Xiao Hua, cupped his hands and said, "I wonder when fellow Daoist Xiao became a guest cultivator of Mo Cloud Stronghold?" Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the stout-looking cultivator. He smiled and said, "What is fellow Daoist's name? Which sect do you belong to?" "Hehe, I am a guest cultivator of Luanshizma clan, my name is Moon Moat." The cultivator said with a bit of pride. "Luanshizma clan?" Xiao Hua slightly frowned. He seemed to have some recollection. After thinking for a moment, he immediately understood. When he entered Imperial Thunder Sect, there seemed to be an aura-refining disciple named Ma Miaoming who seemed to be from some Luanshizma clan. However, after so many years, Xiao Hua basically forgot. Seeing that Xiao Hua's face didn't have the respect he expected, Moon Moat unhappily asked, "So? Could it be that the guest cultivator of Mo Cloud Stronghold has never heard of Luanshizma clan?" "Moon Moat?" Xiao Hua smiled inwardly for no reason. This name was indeed similar to Moon Moat. However, looking at Moon Moat's serious appearance, he smiled apologetically and said, "Fellow Daoist Moon Moat knows that this Xiao is ignorant and inexperienced. I was just invited as a guest cultivator by Mo Cloud Stronghold and my head was filled with happiness. I'm still not too familiar with the situation in the country of Shi." I've made fellow Daoist Moon Moat laugh. "The country of Shi?" Moon Moat stared blankly. His face contained a faint sneer as he said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, could it be that you haven't been to the country of Lian and the country of Meng?" I'm really ashamed." It's exactly as fellow Daoist said. "This time, this one brought the little junior brothers of Mo Cloud Stronghold to work because I wanted to travel more." Xiao Hua's face was filled with fear, as if someone had seen through his thoughts. Seeing such a short-sighted fellow Daoist, Moon Moat's eyes unconsciously revealed pride. He pointed his finger and said, "Could it be? Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't even know the fellow Daoist sitting above?" Xiao Hua's gaze swept over. Indeed, he really didn't know any of them. He could only smile bitterly and said, "This one really doesn't know any of them. Fellow Daoist Moon Moat, please teach me." No problem." Moon Moat stroked the sparse beard on his chin and said like a teacher, "Look at the cultivator on the left of fellow Daoist Huang. That lean and tall one is our country of Shi's famous sect, Flowing Light Sect Su Mingyu. This person is skilled in water magic. Then look at the one on fellow Daoist Huang's right. The one with a sallow face is also an extraordinary cultivator. He is fellow Daoist Xia Yujiang's fellow Daoist Xia Yujiang. Counting down from fellow Daoist Su Mingyu, there are fellow Daoist Chang Sikheng of River Jade Sect, fellow Daoist Zhu Feng of Qiming Sect, fellow Daoist Lan Ping of Mulan Mountain. These are all from big sections. Looking at fellow Daoist Xia Yujiang, fellow Daoist Qiming of Chu River Sect, fellow Daoist Zhu Huifeng of Shuiyu Mountain, fellow Daoist Li Mingzhu of Shuiyu Mountain. Soon after, he pointed to the cultivators behind him and said with a smile, behind them are the cultivators or guests of aristocratic families like yours and mine. The most famous ones are, of course, Tsushan's Chu clan's Chu Yuchang, Yunhao's Yunmo, Mingfeng's Zhang Wuxing, Yipu's Jing clan's Jing Lili and Xuanwei's Zhao clan's Zhao Fanling. As for the others, they're just general names. There's no need for this old man to talk about them. Chapter 1929. Then, Yuchuan waved his hand again and said, "The people from the other families are all nameless. I'm afraid I don't know either. I presume fellow Xiao doesn't have any interest in knowing." That's true. Xiaohua followed Yuchuan's finger and looked at the many cultivators with different appearances. He felt it was very novel. This kind of gathering of foundation establishment cultivators, to be honest, was his first time. Thinking that he would encounter many such things in the future, he listened very carefully. When Yuchuan waved his hand, Xiaohua immediately knew that Yuchuan was talking about all qi refinement cultivators, not foundation establishment cultivators. When Chang Lihao and the others heard this, their faces turned slightly red. If it wasn't for Xiaohua, they would be nameless as Yuchuan said. But even so, Mo Cloud Village was really nameless in the country of Shi. It couldn't even compare to Misty Mountain. In this kind of occasion, it could only be nameless. "Oh right, fellow you," Xiaohua thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "I was also sent out by the family head at the last minute. There are many things I don't know. And, let me tell fellow you something. This is my first time representing Mo Cloud Village. I just came to see and have no plans. So I want to ask fellow Daoist, what magic tool did Tianmen Mountain's Huang family take out? How did it attract the experts of a cultivation sect like Lumen sect?" Then he looked around. And so many people from cultivation families came. It's really out of my expectations. Is that so? Yuchuan glanced at Xiaohua with a, "You want to deceive me? You want to pry for information," expression and said with a smile, "Since fellow Daoist Xiao can come, how can you not have such thoughts? A handy magic tool for you and me is like adding wings to a tiger." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "There are many experts in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. I know my limits. Forget it, if fellow you doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. Fellow Daoist Huang will say it in a while." Fellow Daoist Xiao is wrong. Yuchuan saw that Xiaohua didn't ask any more and lost interest. He chuckled and said, "This kind of thing, everyone knows it in their hearts. How can fellow Daoist Huang say it on the spot? First, he will lose face, second, it will embarrass the fellow who got the magic tool. No matter what, Daoist you still knows." Xiaohua was bored, so he casually told Yuchuan. "That's natural. This Yu has met the Huang family's housekeeper, Huang Tianming. When I came here the other day, I heard him vaguely reveal some information." Yu Qian said proudly. "Please teach me, fellow Daoist Yu." Xiaohua's face was filled with longing. "Sure." Yu Qian transmitted his voice, "This matter is rather secretive. I'll only tell fellow Daoist Xiao alone. Don't spread it out. Don't worry, this Xiao only knows fellow Daoist Yu in this hall. Who do you want this Xiao to tell?" Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly. "Oh well, who asked I to be fated with Daoist Xiao?" Yu Qian smiled and said, I wonder if Daoist Xiao knows about the glory of Tianmen Mountain's Huang family? Oh. Xiao Hua was stunned. He thought for a moment and could only smile bitterly. I really don't know. I've made a fool of myself in front of fellow Daoist Yu. You don't even know this? Yu Qian said in astonishment. But looking at Xiao Hua's expression that didn't seem to be fake, he shook his head. Young man, you need to add more knowledge about Xiaoyu continent's cultivation. Don't just put your energy into cultivation. Yes, this one understands. Xiao Hua nodded his head very sincerely. He also read a lot of books in Imperial Thunder sect. But there were very few records about aristocratic families and the like. These things could only be obtained by traveling on one's own. Do you know about spirit stones? Yu Qian suddenly asked. Spirit stones? Xiao Hua was startled. This one naturally knows. No matter what, this one is still a foundation establishment cultivator. How could I not know about spirit stones? He, then fellow Daoist Xiao, have you ever thought about where spirit stones come from? Yu Qian looked at Xiao Hua with a playful smile, as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. This. Xiao Hua suddenly felt that what he knew was really too little. But some memories entered Xiao Hua's mind. Spirit stone mine. Xiao Hua blurted out. Yu Qian's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Soon after, he nodded and said, speaking of spirit stone mine, even if this one doesn't say anything, fellow Daoist Xiao will definitely remember something. This one understands. Xiao Hua's heart surged with endless waves. That's right, why have I never thought about the origin of spirit stones? These spirit stones were naturally harvested from underground spirit stone veins. Naturally, there were also spirit stone veins on the Daybreak continent, which would inevitably be controlled by the big cultivation sections. Perhaps the Imperial Thunder sect had their own spirit stone veins. And Tianmen Mountain's Huang clan was so arrogant before. They didn't put cultivation sects in their eyes. What else could they rely on? Isn't it just a spirit stone mine? Just as fellow Daoist Xiao thought, several tens of thousands of years ago, when Tianmen Mountain's Huang clan was at their peak, they controlled this fire spirit stone mine. They were very rich. Yu Qian said with a sinister smile, this kind of rich clan, you say, even if they have declined, how can the magic tools that Huang Tianla took out for his own granddaughter be inferior? This one understands. Xiao Hua was silent. Even if the quality is not good, it has already flowed out of the Huang clan these past few years. To be able to stay in the Huang clan's hands, it must be a good quality magic tool. Who knows, it might even be comparable to a low-grade magic tool. Indeed. Yu Qian nodded, listening to Huang Tianming's words, and Yu Qian still wanted to say it. But at this moment, Huang Tianming stood up, coughed twice, and said clearly, fellow Taoists, this one has been somewhat slow these past few days. Here, this one apologizes to everyone. As he spoke, he cupped his hands towards everyone. Fellow Taoist Huang is too courteous. Next to Huang Tianla, Limitless Sect Su Mingyu said with a smile, in these past few days, this one has been eating and sleeping in the Huang clan. Even my cultivation has improved. If it's an apology, this one has to apologize first. Fellow Taoist Su is right. On the other side, Chu River Sect's Qiming also said with a smile, we haven't even done anything yet, and we've already received such hospitality from fellow Taoist Huang. What can we complain about? Everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall chimed in. This is all due to fellow Taoists giving this one face. Huang Tianla still said with a deadpan expression, how can this one not know? However, in the past year that my granddaughter has been ill, many capable people and crafty people have come, but no one has been able to cure Xiang's illness. This old man's mood is also extremely bad. Therefore, this old man made up his mind a month ago. This time, I've invited all the experts I know in the country of Shi. If any fellow Taoist is able to cure Xiang-er's illness, then that person will be the benefactor of my Huang clan, and also Xiang-er's good fortune. If no fellow Taoist can see the clues, this one still has to thank fellow Taoists for coming all the way here and placing great importance on my Huang clan's matters. This is also Xiang-er's fate, and this one does not dare to force it. Chapter 1930. There are many capable people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Moreover, your granddaughter's fortune is profound. She will definitely have the ending that fellow Taoist Huang hopes for. Li Mingzhu of Shuiyu Mountain spoke with a voice like an aureole. Many thanks for fellow Taoist Li's good intentions. Huang Tianla smiled and waved his hand. The jade cup on the table flew up and Huang Tianla easily caught it. He raised it forward and said, "Come, I, Huang Tianla, represent the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain to toast everyone with a cup of spirit wine." Many thanks, fellow Taoist Huang. Everyone stood up and raised their cups with a smile. Of course, Xiaohua also stood up and frowned as he looked at the sparkling clear wine in the cup. He didn't like spirit wine, and when he saw Huang Tianla smile, it was clearly filled with bitterness. Under these circumstances, no matter how delicious the spirit wine was, Xiaohua didn't have the heart to drink it. Thus, he waved his hand and sent the wine cup into the space. Fortunately, everyone was savoring the taste of the Huang family's spirit wine, so no one paid attention to Xiaohua. Otherwise, this kind of situation where the wine cup disappeared after tasting the wine would be laughable. After everyone finished drinking, Huang Tianla pointed his finger again and a wisp of dark green spirit wine poured into the wine cup from the jug. "Everyone, my Tianmen Mountain hasn't been so lively for a long time. Alas, unfortunately, it's not a happy occasion. However, since everyone came to my Huang clan, you are still my Huang clan's friends. In the future, if you need my Huang clan's help, please send a message. Come, for the sake of giving my Huang clan face, I thank everyone." While speaking, everyone drank the second cup in one gulp. Fellow Taoist Huang, Chu family's Chu Yuchang smiled and said, "The spirit wine of the Huang clan is indeed delicious. Within the coldness, there is a trace of heat. It's something that our families can't compare to." Chu Yuchang is also very willing to drink a few more cups. However, if fellow Taoist Huang toasts left and right like this, I'm afraid Chu will be drunk in a while and won't have the chance to treat your granddaughter. Fellow Taoist Chu is joking. A bitter smile appeared on Huang Tianla's face. I already knew fellow Taoist Crooked Soul's alcohol tolerance, so how could he have gotten drunk? Come, let this Huang propose a third toast to fellow Taoists. I beg the heavens to protect our cultivation families. Don't let the disciples of other families, and the disciples of other sects, encounter such strange things again. Well, since Huang Tianla had said so, no one could not help but raise their glasses. Moreover, everyone could see that Huang Tianla was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Fellow Taoist Huang is indeed in a good mood. You're still in the mood to drink wine with such a big family matter. A slightly hoarse voice rang out. It actually came from outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Which fellow Taoist? Huang Tianla exclaimed in surprise. However, when he saw the short, fat, and pockmarked Middle Foundation Establishment cultivator enter, his expression changed. What? Fellow Taoist Huang, do you not welcome me? The Foundation Establishment cultivator was wearing a suit of armor. Behind him, there were two other cultivators wearing the same suit of armor. Surprisingly, they were also early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. So it's fellow Taoist Shang Qinghe from Haoming City. I wonder if fellow Taoist Shang has come by himself or on behalf of Haoming City? Huang Tianla asked with an indescribable smile as he held the wine cup in his hand, unable to drink any more. He stared at the cultivator's footsteps and asked, "Is there a difference?" Shang Qinghe did not directly answer. Instead, he walked to the front of the hall and swept his gaze across the hall. Finally, his gaze landed on a cultivation family's table not far from Huang Tianla's. He stared at the foundation establishment cultivator from that family and walked straight over. Under his gaze, a trace of fear flashed through the foundation establishment cultivator's eyes. He slowly stood up as Shang Qinghe walked. "Fellow Daoist, you don't mind if I sit in your seat, do you?" Shang Qinghe said coldly. "This." Just as the foundation establishment cultivator hesitated, the two early-stage foundation establishment cultivators behind Shang Qinghe took a step forward with a whoosh. There was no pressure, and the two of them didn't even look at the cultivator. However, the two cultivators exuded a murderous aura and a bloody aura. As a result, the cultivator trembled and involuntarily took half a step back. However, as soon as he took a step back, he came to his senses. Even so, he couldn't move forward even if he wanted to. "Fellow Daoist Lu Fan. Please sit here." Huang Tianla quickly smiled and pointed at a seat closer to him. That seat was occupied by a foundation establishment cultivator and two aura refining disciples, so there was still room for them to sit next to the table. No need. Lu Fan's expression changed a few times. He was truly embarrassed. He swung his sleeves and turned to leave. The several aura refining disciples beside him also stood up in a hurry and wanted to leave. "Lu family from Chanxi. What's wrong? Fellow Daoist Lu, do you have a problem with my arrival? Or, do you have a problem with me taking your seat?" Shang Qinghe didn't sit down but said coldly to Lu Fan. "What? Fellow Daoist Shang, this is Tianmen Mountain, not Haoming City. I don't need to tell you, the captain of the city guards, what do I want to do?" Although Lu Fan was timid, he couldn't help but retort. Of course I can only manage the order of Haoming City. The order of Tianmen Mountain definitely doesn't need me." Shang Qinghe laughed. "However, you want to leave as soon as I arrive. Isn't that not giving me face?" Lu Fan gritted his teeth and looked at the people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. These people had different expressions in their eyes. Some were pitiful, some were lucky, and some were mocking. "I suddenly remembered, there's still an important thing I haven't done." Lu Fan cupped his hands and smiled at Huang Tianla. "Therefore, I have to leave first. Fellow Taoists." But just as Lu Fan turned around and cupped his hands to gesture to the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, a cold light flashed in Shang Qinghe's eyes. He winked at the two city guards beside him. The cultivator on the left rubbed his hands, and a series of confinement spells were thrown at Lu Fan. "What are you doing?" Lu Fan certainly paid attention to the movements of Shang Qinghe and the other two. Seeing that the opponent actually launched a sneak attack, he was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hands and wanted to cast a spell. However, just as he activated his dermic powers, the cultivator to the right of Shang Qinghe slapped his hand, and a silver saber that was 3 feet long appeared in his hand. He swung it, and there was a flash of light on the saber that was half a foot long as it sliced through Lu Fan's neck. Poor Lu Fan. He was already trembling with fear. Seeing that someone had launched a sneak attack on him, he hurriedly counterattacked. But he didn't expect that the second city guard would actually kill him. Moreover, these two city guards cooperated well. Even Xiao Hua in the distance was surprised, so how could he dodge? With a "pu" sound, a mouthful of hot blood spurted out from Lu Fan's decapitated neck and sprayed out over 2 feet for no reason. His head, which had died with his eyes wide open, also fell onto the crimson-red ground of the Vermilion Bird Palace. "Fellow Daoist Shang, what are you doing?" Huang Tianla was furious. He jumped out and asked, "Fellow Daoist Lu Fan is an honored guest invited by my Tianmen Mountain. How can you casually kill him in front of me?" Two idiots. Shang Qinghe ignored Huang Tianle and swung his hands. With two crisp, pa-pa sounds, he slapped the faces of the two early-stage Foundation establishment city guards. Who told you to attack? Didn't you see that the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is filled with early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and Qi refinement cultivators? Who can pose a threat to me? Your actions make me have to explain myself to fellow Daoist Huang. Yes, we know our mistake. The two city guards' expressions didn't change at all. They turned to Huang Tianle and said, "Fellow Daoist Huang, we were eager to protect our master. We acted hastily and caused trouble. We will take responsibility for this matter. If fellow Daoist Huang wants to punish us, we are willing to accept our punishment." When Huang Tianle saw this, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, how could he punish these two city guards? Even if they killed people in Tianmen Mountain, he didn't have the right to kill the two city guards. Even if he could kill the two city guards, the mastermind wasn't these two people. He had offended Haoming City for no reason. Fellow Taoists, you are so reckless. You are really letting down the city guards. Although I don't have the right to punish you, but, please give me your tokens. I will go to Haoming City in the future to see Daoist Master Yao Hong and ask him to uphold justice. Huang Tianle said helplessly. The two city guards said in unison, "We can leave our lives behind, but we can't leave our tokens behind. Please forgive us, fellow Daoist Huang." Fellow Daoist Huang, the tokens of the city guards of Haoming City are proof of identity. If you take the tokens and do something evil, how can I explain it to the city lord? Shang Qinghe said coldly, "I can let you punish these two city guards, but I can't give you my tokens." Huang Tianle thought for a moment and sighed, "Forget it. Fellow Taoists are witnesses to this matter. I am not afraid that Haoming City will deny it. Alas, the Lu family of Chanxi will wait for this matter. I will personally go and explain it to them." Then, Huang Tianle waved his sleeves and returned to his seat. Several disciples of the Huang family came up and cleaned up Lu Fan's corpse. Then, they took the Qi refinement disciples of the Lu family away and replaced the spirit wine and other things on the table. "Come, fellow Daoist Huang, let me offer you a toast." Shang Qinghe sat down and waved his hand naturally. The jade cup flew up and he said with a smile. The two early-stage Foundation establishment city guards stood behind Shang Qinghe with their hands behind their backs. "Fellow Daoist Shang, do you have anything else to say after drinking this wine?" Huang Tianle looked at the wine cup in front of him and said with a fake smile. "Of course. How can I not say anything when I am here?" Shang Qinghe didn't care and said with a smile. "In that case, fellow Daoist Shang, please wait. I haven't finished my third toast yet." Huang Tianle said. "Is that so?" Shang Qinghe released his divine sense and quickly scanned everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. He didn't even let Xiaohua go. However, since Xiaohua was sitting far away and was an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and the cultivators around him were all 10th-stage Qi refinement disciples except for Xue Xue, why would Shang Qinghe take him seriously? Chapter 1931. I haven't finished my toast yet. Who dares to disturb my mood? Shang Qinghe said coldly. Huang Tianle's wine cup was raised in his hand awkwardly. He sighed and drank it in one gulp. "I'll drink this cup myself. However, what I said earlier still stands." "Ha ha ha," Shang Qinghe laughed and said, "I'm late. I wonder what fellow Daoist Huang is talking about." "It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with fellow Daoist Shang at all." Huang Tianle put down the wine cup and asked again, "Fellow Daoist Shang seems to have not answered my question yet." What question? Is it more important than my toast?" Shang Qinghe asked curiously. Huang Tianle was not annoyed. He only chuckled and said, I'm just asking fellow Taoist Shang. Are you here to represent Haoming City? Or are you here on your own? What's the difference? Shang Qinghe stopped drinking the wine and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, haven't I already answered this question? Of course there's a difference. Huang Tianle said unrelentingly, please answer, fellow Taoist Shang. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Shang Qinghe still did not answer. If you're here to represent Haoming City, then please get up. Don't sit down. My answer is the same as before. I will definitely not agree to Haoming City's conditions. Huang Tianle said calmly, if fellow Taoist Shang is not here to represent Haoming City, then sit down and listen to my arrangements like the other fellow Taoists. Huh. Shang Qinghe did not get up or answer. He only raised his wine cup and tasted it carefully. All right, Huang Tianle clapped and said, since fellow Taoist Shang is not getting up, it means that fellow Taoist Shang is not here to represent Haoming City. I'm relieved. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Shang Qinghe, who was sitting steadily behind the table, and the two city guards who looked like clay sculptures, with interest. Fellow Taoists. Huang Tianle raised his voice and was about to speak when he heard Shang Qinghe clapping his hands and said, fellow Taoist Huang, I have something to say. Oh, fellow Shang, please go ahead. Huang Tianle was slightly taken aback, but he still replied with a smile. I heard that fellow Taoist Huang's granddaughter had some problems with her cultivation, and she still hasn't recovered after more than a year. That's why I'm here to see if I can help fellow Taoist Huang. Shang Qinghe said with a smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Shang. There are many fellow Taoists in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall who are as eager as fellow Shang. Fellow Shang, please wait for a moment, Huang Tianle quickly smiled apologetically. Really? These little aura refinement brats? Shang Qinghe's gaze shifted as he sneered, if they can contribute, why would they need us foundation establishment cultivators? Furthermore, from what I've seen, all the fellow Taoists in the early stage of foundation establishment are present. I'm afraid none of them will be of any use. What do you mean, fellow Taoist Shang? Huang Tianle frowned and asked. If I don't take a look first, who would dare to look? Shang Qinghe's voice wasn't loud, but it shook the ears of every cultivator. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Huang Tianle stared at Shang Qinghe. Shang Qinghe calmly pointed his finger, and the wine in the jade pot poured into his mouth like a thin thread. He didn't take Huang Tianle's gaze seriously at all. Since fellow Taoist Shang values Tianmen Mountain's reputation so much, fellow Taoist Huang, let fellow Taoist Shang be the first to treat. We're just thinking the same as fellow Taoist Shang. As long as fellow Taoist Shang can cure the illness, we're more than happy to be treated here by fellow Taoist Huang. Su Mingyu from the Lumen sect quickly said with a smile when he saw the strange scene. That's right, that's right. Several cultivators from other cultivation sects also echoed. Their cultivation was not as good as Shang Qinghe's, but they were not afraid of Shang Qinghe because of their sections. However, when they saw Shang Qinghe kill the chicken to scare the monkey as soon as he entered the door, they were also surprised. Seeing that Shang Qinghe actually wanted to be the first to treat Huang Mengxiang's illness, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that Huang Mengxiang's illness was not as simple as they thought. In that case, who would be willing to take the lead? Fine, Huang Tianle said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Shang thinks so highly of me, what's wrong with letting fellow Taoist Shang be the first to treat? Fellow Taoist Huang, why didn't you say so earlier? Shang Qinghe stood up and clapped his hands. However, I'm a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. The price for letting me do it is not small. Huang Tianle's expression changed slightly, but then he forced a smile and said, why? Before fellow Taoist Shang came to my Tianmen Mountain, didn't you know about the reward offered by my Tianmen Mountain? Is the life of your female cultivator more important? Or is the magic weapon more important? Huang Tianle said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Huang loves your granddaughter and can take out a precious magic weapon, then you must be able to take out other things as well. Humph! Huang Tianle flicked his sleeves and said, my Tianmen Mountain's Huang family has declined to this extent. If we can still take out other things, will the cultivators sitting here tolerate fellow Taoist Shang's wanton humiliation? Fellow Taoist Shang, don't say any more. I will definitely not agree to the conditions offered by your Haoming city. Fellow Taoist Huang, don't be anxious. Su Mingyu advised, fellow Taoist Shang has already said that he doesn't represent Haoming city. Let's see what his conditions are like. If it's possible and Meng Xiang can be cured, why wouldn't fellow Taoist Huang do it? Huang Tianle did not seem to care about Su Mingyu's face. He snorted coldly and looked at the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Well said, fellow Taoist Su. Shang Qinghe narrowed his eyes and said, what magic weapon did you take out? It's just to send these chi refinement brats away. How can I take a fancy to it? If I take action, I hope fellow Taoist Huang will take out your sex Vermilion Bird Ring. What? Vermilion Bird Ring? Huang Tianle looked down from the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall in surprise and looked at Shang Qinghe with amusement. Fellow Taoist Shang's appetite is not ordinary. Although you didn't directly ask my Huang family to give up Tianmen Mountain like last time, you immediately set your eyes on my Huang family's ancestral magic weapon. This is really beyond my expectations. There are still many things beyond fellow Taoist Huang's expectations. Fellow Taoist Huang, don't be anxious. Take your time and watch. Shang Qinghe sneered and said, if fellow Taoist Huang doesn't want Huang Mengxiang to die young, take out the Vermilion Bird Ring. I guarantee that I will wake her up. Damn it, it's really this guy surnamed Shang's doing. At this point, even Xiao Hua, who had just arrived at Tianmen Mountain, understood what was going on. Fellow Taoist Shang. However, Huang Tianle still shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to promise you. Fellow Taoist, don't you know? My Huang family's Vermilion Bird Ring has long been lost. Where do you want me to take it back? Lost? That's your Huang family's ancestral magic weapon. How could it be lost just like that? Shang Qinghe sneered and said, I received accurate information that the Vermilion Bird Ring is in your Huang family's possession. If fellow Taoist Huang has the heart, why don't you make a blood oath and take a look? Chapter 1932. Blood Oath? Huang Tianle laughed from extreme anger. If I were to make a blood oath here, how would I have the face to see fellow cultivators in the future? Since you don't dare to make a blood oath, then the Vermilion Bird Ring will belong to your Huang clan. Shang Qinghe said slowly. Fellow Taoist Shang, Huang Tianle waved his sleeve, Xiang Er is my granddaughter, whether I treat her or not is my business. Fellow Taoist Shang's conditions are too harsh, I can't agree, please do as you please. Shang Qinghe laughed. I'm already here. You want me to leave just because you say so? How could it be so simple? What do you want? Huang Tianle pulled his face and asked coldly. If you want me to treat her, I'll treat her. If you don't want me to treat her, I'll treat her. Shang Qinghe took a few steps forward and said, you just need to prepare the Vermilion Bird Ring. Fellow Taoist Shang, you're not here to treat her, right? You're here to take my life, right? Huang Tianle laughed. That's right. It's not just yours. The lives of dozens of cultivator sects and families in the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall are in your hands. Even if you leave them alive, they won't. Tell me, can your Sky Gate Mountain still exist in the Dawn Rain continent? Shang Qinghe sneered. You. Huang Tianle was so angry that his body trembled again. He pointed his finger at Shang Qinghe and didn't know what to say. Many people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were shocked. Most of them stood up and looked at Shang Qinghe in horror. The Chang siblings' faces were also ashen. They stood up while trembling. Xiaohua and Xue sat steadily. Fellow Taoists, Huang Tianle waved his sleeve and laughed. You are my Sky Gate Mountain's honored guests. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll guarantee your safety. Don't panic. Chang Lihao and the others saw Xiaohua's calmness at this moment. Then, they thought of everything that happened in the Cold River House and quickly sat down. However, they got closer to Xiaohua. Hee, I'd like to see how you'll protect their lives. Shang Qinghe clapped his hand and a 3-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. However, this saber was emitting a faint golden brilliance. Don't force me, fellow Taoist Shang. Huang Tianle said through gritted teeth. Did I force you? I'm just here to help fellow Taoist Huang. Shang Qinghe said innocently. Ha ha ha! Huang Tianle clapped his hands, and a small, lifelike vermilion bird statue appeared. He activated his mana, and the statue emitted a vermilion glow. In an instant, the glow was blinding. Go! Hearing Huang Tianle's soft reprimand, the vermilion bird within the brilliance began to flap its wings. Dozens of rays of brilliance flew out from the center and shot towards the 4 walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bang! A burst of fire sounded. From the 4 walls of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, clusters of flames appeared. Those flames quickly spread upwards along the walls that were engraved with runes. When they reached the top of the palace hall, all of the flames began to revolve around the top of the palace hall. The runes on the walls moved upwards layer by layer, and the vermilion bird formed by the runes seemed to be shaking its feathers. Following the emergence of the flames, the windows and doors of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall that were previously exposed were now sealed. The entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall became a cluster of flames. Squeak! Although it wasn't as clear as Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body, it was still soul-shaking. A vermilion bird formed by flames flew out from the top of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. An incomparably huge aura comparable to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator was emitted from the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. However, the face of the vermilion bird formed by flames wasn't clear. Even its eyes were closed. Fellow Taoist Shang, you forced me to do this. Huang Tianle's face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling slightly. Shang Qinghe didn't seem to care about the formation of the vermilion bird at all. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he sneered, the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has always been struggling on the verge of death. Is it all because of the vermilion bird flame array of Tianmen Mountain? It's a pity that this formation, which is said to be able to kill even a nascent soul stage cultivator, has shocked the entire Dawn Rain continent. However, I know that this formation has long lost its effectiveness. What the Huang family's master can activate is merely a facade that lives up to its name. Is that so? Hearing Shang Qinghe's words, all of the cultivators under the vermilion bird's aura were aghast. Shang Qinghe was right. Even the city lord of Haoming City only came to negotiate terms. If the terms couldn't be reached, he would leave. He didn't want to be entangled with Tianmen Mountain at all. This vermilion bird flame array was a big key, and Shang Qinghe was actually inside it. He was so relaxed that he didn't care about it at all. You? How did you know? Huang Tianle's face became even paler. His eyes flashed with determination as he asked coldly. Ha ha ha, you don't need to know how I know. Shang Qinghe laughed loudly. Since I dared to enter the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and am not afraid of being sealed, I naturally have my own confidence. So, fellow Taoist Shang doesn't plan to retreat? Huang Tianle said again, if fellow Taoist Shang retreats now, I'll pretend that this never happened at all. As long as fellow Taoist Huang takes out the Vermilion Bird Ring, I'll immediately turn around. Shang Qinghe still didn't give in. Okay, then I'll let you have a taste of Tianmen Mountain's vermilion bird great array that has lost its effectiveness. Huang Tianla spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the vermilion bird statue in his hand. It shook with difficulty. The vermilion bird in the ball of light flapped its wings. The 100-foot-tall vermilion bird flame also flapped its wings and rushed toward Shang Qinghe. The swaying flame rushed toward Shang Qinghe's face with its monstrous aura, suppressing Shang Qinghe's power. However, Shang Qinghe patted his forehead and released the power of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He was actually able to barely resist it. Under the activation of his magic power, not only did the protective yellow talisman and other things shine, but a long faint shadow also appeared on the golden saber in his hand. The vermilion bird flame flew past Huang Tianla's head and was about to rush towards Shang Qinghe. However, Huang Tianla let out a long roar and his entire body suddenly shook. A vermilion bird dharma body that was 3 feet in size rushed out from his body. Vermilion bird dharma body? Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment, and the cultivator families with sharp eyes all cried out in astonishment. The 3-foot-tall vermilion bird dharma body rushed into the vermilion bird flame that was flying down from above. As the vermilion bird dharma body submerged into it, the vermilion bird flame instantly shrank to about 10 feet. Its previously unclear face suddenly appeared, and a pair of cold eyes also suddenly appeared. These eyes were staring at Shang Qinghe. Ouch! When Shang Qinghe saw that the vermilion bird's eyes seemed to be able to see through him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, a string of phantoms flew out from the golden saber magic weapon and slashed into the air. At the same time, Shang Qinghe cast several spells on himself, seemingly to strengthen his defense. Unfortunately, before the phantoms of the golden saber magic weapon could fly in front of the vermilion bird, they were fanned away by the vermilion bird's wings without a trace. Ignorant man, you misled me. Shang Qinghe was awakened by the terrifying vermilion bird flame in front of him. He shouted loudly and wanted to fly away. Moreover, he seemed to want to take out a magic weapon from his storage bag. However, the vermilion bird flew extremely fast. Shang Qinghe only flew half a foot, and the brilliance in his hand had not yet appeared. The vermilion bird passed through him and rushed to the 2 city guards in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm behind him without stopping at all. Boom, 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 red flames suddenly appeared on Shang Qinghe and the 2 city guards behind him. In an instant, the 3 people's bodies were ignited. Without waiting for the 3 people to do anything, and without hearing the 3 people's screams, their bodies were turned into ashes. Then, the exposed bones in the fire were also burned one by one, turning into ashes that fell to the ground. Squeak, there was another vermilion bird cry. The entire vermilion bird flame flew to the top of the vermilion bird palace hall and disappeared, but Huang Tianla's vermilion bird dharma body didn't come out. Of course, only Xiao Hua could see the vermilion bird flame fly to the top of the palace hall. The eyes of the others fell on the 3 flames, the 3 flames that instantly killed the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. This is a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Su Mingyu murmured, there are still 2 city guards in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. They didn't have the power to fight back at all. Seeing the flames gradually dissipating, everyone's hearts were still beating fast. It seemed that they hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Cough cough, Huang Tianla seemed to have aged a lot. He actually coughed twice and covered his mouth. He slowly walked to the side of the table and slowly sat down. When he raised the wine jug and poured himself a cup, he leisurely drank it. Only then did a faint blush appear on his face. Fellow Taoist Huang. Xia Yushi of Jing Qi Peak sighed with emotion, the vermilion bird flame array is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is said that it can kill a nascent soul realm cultivator. It is indeed possible. Alas, the captain of the city guards of Haoming City died here. I'm afraid it will be difficult for fellow Daoist Huang to explain. Chang Si of the Jiang Yupai said worriedly. Didn't fellow Daoist Huang ask clearly earlier? Did you come here on behalf of Haoming City, or did you come here on your own? Su Mingyu smiled and said, since you came here on your own, don't blame others for your lack of skills. Besides, if you want to blame fellow Daoist Huang, you have to see if the vermilion bird flame array of Tianmen Mountain is willing. Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoists. Huang Tianla smiled and said, this bastard has evil intentions towards my Tianmen Mountain. As soon as he came, he killed our distinguished guest of Tianmen Mountain and forced me to take out my long-lost ancestral treasure. I killed him. Firstly, I can give an explanation to the Lu family of Chanxi. Secondly, I can also help Haoming City clean up the city. I think Daoist Yen Hong will also understand this matter. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Huang Tianla let Shang Qinghe kill Lu Fan so easily just now. It turned out that Huang Tianla already had the intention to kill him. However, they never thought that Huang Tianla, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment, could kill Shang Qinghe, who was in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and 2 city guards who were in the early stage of foundation establishment. This vermilion bird flame array was really terrifying. Chapter 1933. Therefore, everyone unconsciously looked at the flames around the Vermilion Bird Palace. Fellow cultivators, Huang Tianla seemed to understand everyone's thoughts and smiled apologetically. I just activated the Vermilion Bird formation and consumed a lot of spiritual power. I can't open the formation at this time. Don't be afraid, you are my distinguished guests. After I recover my spiritual power, I will open the formation immediately. Su Mingzong laughed and said, fellow cultivator Huang, you are really treating us as outsiders. We have been staying in the Tianmen Mountain for more than 10 days. What evil intentions do you have? With the protection of this formation, we are safe, not to mention an evil guest like Shang Qinghe. That's right. All the cultivators laughed and felt relieved. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and thought to himself, in order to kill Shang Qinghe, Huang Tianla threw the vermilion bird celestial body into the vermilion bird flame formation. Looking at his weak appearance now, I'm afraid it's not just a simple consumption of spiritual power. If there is no accident, Huang Tianla's life is in danger. Moreover, what does Shang Qinghe mean by, an ordinary man misleads me? However, since the last sentence was heard by everyone, such as Su Mingzong and the others, Xiao Hua didn't want to be nosy. Fellow cultivators, please drink this 3rd cup of wine. I hope that good things are hard to come by. Today, we can find the cause of Xiang Er's illness. Huang Tianla waved his hand and let the disciples standing in the palace fill his wine cup. Good. Everyone finally finished the 3rd cup of wine and quietly waited for Huang Tianla's arrangement. Huang Tianla drank the spirit wine in the wine cup in his hand, then he clapped his hand. With a pa-pa sound, the disciple who was standing behind him took a few steps back and walked to a decoration on the left side of the hall. He took out a token and pasted it on it. With the activation of spiritual power, the decoration emitted a faint red brilliance. The brilliance spread out for about 10 meters in front of him, and then there was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the space. It gradually faded like paint, revealing a crimson jade bed. On the jade bed, a young woman was sleeping soundly, and beside the woman was a middle-aged woman in tears. Another male cultivator who looked very similar to Huang Tianla was standing beside the jade bed with a sad face. Xiao Hua and the others' expressions changed when they saw the 2 cultivators around the 12th layer of qi refining appear. They'd all used their divine senses to scan the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, but none of them had discovered that there was actually still a restriction in that place. Furthermore, there were still people behind the restriction. Seeing the restriction open, the female cultivator wiped her tears and stood up from the bed, revealing her charming face. I, Huang Liang, and I, Yang Yu, greet fellow Taoists. The male and female cultivators bowed to the other cultivators and said, "We thank everyone for coming from afar for the matter of my daughter." "Oh, so it's Huang Tianla's son and daughter-in-law." Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder they hadn't seen Huang Tianla's son. It turned out they were all hiding here. However, seeing that Huang Liang and Yang Yu were only at the peak of qi refining, everyone understood even more. We don't dare. Thinking that Huang Liang might be the head of Tianmen Mountain's Huang clan in the future, no one dared to be negligent. Most of them cupped their hands and returned the greeting. "Liang, how is Xiang, condition?" Huang Tianla asked. "I'll let father know." "There's no change," Huang Liang whispered. "Good." Huang Tianla turned to the crowd and said, "My family Xiang is here. I'm sure everyone can see it with their divine sense." Of course, everyone can come to the front and treat him carefully. However, everyone only has one chance, and the time is only the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I hope everyone can understand. Then, with a wave of his hand, a crimson magic tool appeared in his hand. He said sorrowfully, "This is Tianmen Mountain's magic tool, Sparrow Drink. If any fellow Taoist can wake Xiang, up, this magic tool will belong to that fellow Taoist." Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and he saw that in Huang Tianla's hand was a magic tool that looked like an inkstone. A faint crimson radiance flowed within it. It was obviously an exceptional fire-type magic tool. He then looked at the surrounding aura refining cultivators, and their eyes all revealed greedy gazes. "Fellow Taoist Huang," Su Mingyu said softly, "from what Shang Qinghe said just now, it seems, it has something to do with Xiang's coma. Fellow Taoist Huang was too careless just now. If it's a trick by that bastard, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to solve it." Huang Tianla waved his hand and the magic tool, Sparrow Drink, was placed on the table. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I'm careless, but that bastard is too overbearing. If I only use this Sparrow Drink to counteract, how could I be so ruthless? That bastard not only covets my Tianmen Mountain's ancestral magic tool, but also wants to use everyone's lives to threaten us. It's not that I haven't thought of compromising and using this to exchange for Xiang's life, but, is it that simple? Forget it." Su Mingyu sighed and said, "It's useless to say more now. I'll be the first to take a look. I hope I can see something. Fellow Taoist Su, please." Huang Tianla stood up and accompanied Su Mingyu to the crimson jade bed. Huang Mengxiang's jade-like cheeks were extremely beautiful, and her thin and long eyebrows were enchanting. Although her eyes were slightly closed and her real expression could not be seen, her long eyelashes were trembling slightly as if she was having a wonderful dream. It was really pitiful. Su Mingyu had already checked with his divine sense and found nothing unusual. He walked to the window, cupped his hands and said to Huang Liang, "Fellow Taoist Huang, I'm sorry to offend you. Senior Su, please." Huang Liang bowed in return. Su Mingyu stretched out his hand and placed a finger between Huang Mengxiang's eyebrows, transferring a wisp of true energy. However, after nearly half a cup of tea's time, Su Mingyu frowned and opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He withdrew his hand and said with a wry smile, "Fellow Taoist Huang, I've embarrassed myself. This girl, clearly looks like she's asleep. There's nothing unusual at all. Senior Su, you're right. That's the problem." Yang Yu smiled apologetically and said, "Xiang has been in the 9th layer of qi refining for a long time. How could she sleep so much? Even if she's really asleep, why can't she be woken up? She's been sleeping for more than a year. Her cultivation hasn't improved but has regressed. Alas, forgive me for being powerless." Su Mingyu sighed. Although I've prepared some methods, it doesn't seem to be effective. Let's look at the other fellow Taoists. It's fine. Fellow Taoist Su, please take a seat. Huang Tianla smiled apologetically. When Su Mingyu returned to his seat, a few cultivators came over and asked in low voices. Su Mingyu answered them in full detail. Then, Jing Qi Feng Xiaoyu came forward and took out a diamond-shaped jade pendant from his storage bag. He said with a smile, "This is my Jing Qi Feng's magic tool, Rain Dew. It's used to clear the heart and purify the spirit. I specially brought it here. I hope it'll be useful." Chapter 1934. Okay, Senior Xia, please help. Huang Liang looked at it and nodded in agreement. Xia Yujiang did not hesitate. He waved his hand and the raindrops flew on Huang Mengxiang's forehead. Then, Xia Yujiang cast a few spells on the raindrops. The raindrops emitted a light blue brilliance and turned into a palm-sized cloud. Then, like raindrops, a light blue liquid dripped from the cloud and fell on Huang Mengxiang's forehead. When the liquid fell on Huang Mengxiang's forehead, it immediately seeped into it and disappeared. However, after waiting for half a cup of tea's time, Huang Mengxiang still did not move. During this time, he only frowned slightly and licked his lips with his light red tongue. Alas! Xia Yujiang put away the raindrops and shook his head. It seems that it still can't treat the illness. I can't do anything. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Huang Tianla's expression did not change. He raised his hand and asked Xia Yujiang to return to his seat. Then, more than a dozen cultivators in the early stage of foundation establishment used either magic tools or spells. There was even a cultivator who took out a smelly pill and wanted Huang Mengxiang to take it. Huang Tianla naturally refused. After the cultivator took a little of it, Huang Tianla took the pill and put it into Huang Mengxiang's mouth. Unfortunately, these cultivators could not wake Huang Mengxiang up. When it was Xiaohua's turn, Xiaohua simply didn't stand up, and only waved his hand. That Huang Tianla also faintly nodded, and indicated for the next cultivator to come up. 4 hours quickly passed. Not only had all the foundation establishment cultivators seen it, even 90% of the other Qi condensation disciples had seen it. Only a few cultivators sitting near the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall had yet to stand up. At this time, a strong young cultivator stood up and walked to Huang Tianla. He bowed and said, "Junior Zheng Ziho from Meng Country's Dengming Mountain greets Senior Huang." Oh? A disciple of Meng Country's Dengming Mountain? Huang Tianla was obviously stunned. Looking at Zheng Ziho's jade-like face and bright eyes, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect the matter of my Tianmen Mountain to spread to Meng Country. I'll let Senior Huang know that this junior has come to the country of Xi to gain experience. Coincidentally, this junior has come to broaden my horizons." Zheng Ziho replied politely, "Naturally, I hope that I can help Senior Huang to wake Miss Mengxiang from her coma." "Alright, go take a look." Huang Tianla nodded. This Huang's bounty didn't say that it was limited to the country of Xi. "If you can save Xiang, I can give you the sparrow drink." "Thank you for your generosity, Senior Huang." Zheng Ziho came before the jade bed and bowed respectfully to Huang Liang and Yang Yu. Only then did he reach into his bosom and pull out a small spirit storage bag. This little cultivator actually has a spirit storage pouch. Xiaohua was very sensitive to this kind of thing and immediately recognized it. The other foundation establishment cultivators soon recognized him as well. Their faces were either filled with realization or regret. In any case, there were many different expressions. Zheng Ziho opened the spirit storage bag and muttered something. Then, he pointed his finger and a hornet-like spirit insect flew out from the bag. As soon as the spirit insect flew out, it made a soft buzzing sound and circled Zheng Ziho twice before floating in front of him. "Senior Huang, this is a spirit insect, hummingbird. This junior has raised it to check on Miss Mengxiang's condition. Zheng Ziho was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he asked respectfully. Hummingbird? Before Huang Tianle could speak, Xiao Hua was stunned. He immediately thought of the records in the insect scripture. Of course, he was just casually looking at it. Now that he saw a real spirit insect, he naturally thought of the records, hummingbird, sensitive to all kinds of spiritual energy and spiritual objects. It has no attack power and is ranked 22nd. This spirit insect itself has no value. It's just that it can sense all kinds of spiritual energy. That's why it's ranked so high. Xiaohua thought, this Zheng Ziho can raise this thing. It might be unexpected. Huang Tianle seemed to have heard of the hummingbird's name. He looked at it and nodded slightly. Thank you, Senior Huang. Zheng Ziho smiled slightly, revealing his white jade-like teeth. He looked very graceful. Go, Zheng Ziho muttered the incantation again. After a moment, he pointed his finger. The hummingbird circled in the air for a while and then flew down. It actually drilled into Huang Mengxiang's straight nose. Zheng Ziho immediately sat down with his eyes closed and his palms facing the sky. His hands formed an unknown seal. Zheng Ziho's expression was indifferent at first, then a little stunned, then a little surprised, then a little sleepy. In the end, his brows wrinkled tightly and then relaxed again. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Huang Tianle's heart seemed to change along with Zheng Ziho's expression from time to time. When Zheng Ziho opened his eyes, he immediately said, Honorable nephew Zheng. Zheng Ziho was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he faintly smiled and pointed his finger at Huang Mengxiang. Then, as if there was a heavy object hanging from his fingertips, he slowly lifted it up. The hummingbird slowly crawled out of Huang Mengxiang's nose. The hummingbird appeared to be very tired. It barely flew half a foot in the air before suddenly falling down. However, Zheng Ziho extended his hand and caught it. He immediately put it away in his spirit storage pouch. Honorable nephew Zheng, you've worked hard. Huang Tianle knew that Zheng Ziho had exhausted his mind. He unconsciously felt warm in his heart and smiled. How is the situation? It's all right. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Zheng Ziho's voice carried a trace of exhaustion as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Not only was Huang Tianle shocked, all of the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were greatly shocked. They didn't think that Huang Mengxiang's condition would be diagnosed by a little cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining. It was truly inconceivable. Honorable nephew Zheng, please speak. Huang Tianle said happily. I'll let Senior Huang know that Miss Mengxiang was implanted with a dream mirage butterfly. Zheng Ziho seemed to want to shock people to death and said without hesitation. What? Dream mirage butterfly? How is this possible? Huang Tianle shook his head. Although this old man doesn't know anything about spiritual insects, I still know a little about them. This dream mirage butterfly has long been extinct in my Xiaoyu continent. How could it appear in my Tianmen mountain? Besides, in ancient times, the dream mirage butterfly was good at creating illusions. It was usually used in the eye of an illusion array. How could it be implanted in Xiang-er's body? That's right. Su Mingyu also smiled. Although Meng Xiang is unconscious, it is completely different from the dream mirage butterfly's dream. If the ancient dream mirage butterfly appeared in Tianmen Mountain, I'm afraid the entire Tianmen Mountain would become an illusion and we would all be people in the illusion. What the seniors said is reasonable. Zheng Ziho was not in a hurry and said, just now, this junior was also surprised. This junior didn't expect to encounter this ancient spiritual insect. However, this ancient spiritual insect seems to be a larva, just an egg. Therefore, it can only create a dream in Miss Meng Xiang's body and can't affect others. This junior used the wasp gang to perceive the power of the dream and quickly escaped. Because of this junior also suffered a little injury. Dream mirage butterfly? Larva? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. The insect scripture didn't say that the dream mirage butterfly was extinct, but it was listed as the first spiritual insect. But listening to Zheng Ziho's words, it was reasonable and didn't seem to be hiding anything. Then, how can fellow Zheng wake up Xiang? Huang Liang was overjoyed. He didn't care about the dream mirage butterfly, he just wanted to know how to wake up his daughter. This. Zheng Ziho was a little embarrassed and hesitated, but he didn't answer. Nephew Zheng, if you have any difficulties, just say it. Huang Tianla frowned and said, as long as this Huang can bear it, I will definitely do it. Zheng Ziho sighed and said, this junior doesn't know how to transmit sound, so I will say it now. Just say it. Huang Tianla looked around and said calmly. This junior is able to take out the eggs of the dream mirage butterfly, but this method is passed down from ancient times and has long been incomplete. This junior, because this method is too harmful to the harmony of the heavens, this junior has never used it. Nephew Zheng, is it because you are not sure? Huang Tianla asked. I am sure, Zheng Ziho said awkwardly, the method is to interfere with Miss Meng Xiang's primordial yin. Huang Tianla was dumbfounded. Of course, Senior Huang, this method is passed down from ancient times and will not affect Miss Meng Xiang's foundation establishment. Zheng Ziho quickly explained with a red face. But even if he explained, how could Huang Tianla's brows loosen? How could everyone in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall not be stunned? Primordial yin, how could it be interfered with at will? A female cultivator's primordial yin could only be picked by her dual cultivation partner, others could not touch it. Of course, the primordial yin of a female cultivator of the Immortal Beauty sect was originally for sale and could not be generalized. But since Huang Mengxiang's primordial yin could not be touched at will, she could only sleep sweetly in the dream created by the dream mirage butterfly's larva until she finally died of old age. But if Huang Mengxiang's primordial yin was touched, she could only dual cultivate with that person, otherwise she could only guard it for the rest of her life. This junior has nothing else to say. If Senior Huang is willing, this junior will first report to the sect. This matter is really beyond this junior's expectations, so I ask Senior Huang to reconsider. Zheng Ziho's face was red as he cupped his hands to Huang Tianla, Huang Meng, and Yang Yu, then silently walked back to his seat. Jean, what do you think? Huang Tianla had no choice. After all, he was only a grandfather. If this matter really concerned Huang Mengxiang's life, he could only ask Huang Mengxiang's parents. When Yang Yu and Huang Meng heard Zheng Ziho's words, they had been communicating with each other for a long time. The two of them seemed to be somewhat willing, but also somewhat unwilling. After all, Zheng Ziho looked good, and wind god Ruyu was worthy of Huang Mengxiang. But on the other hand, Sky Gate Mountain did not know much about the Zheng family of Ascending Light Mountain, and Zheng Ziho was only at Qi Refinement Stage 8, which could not be compared to Huang Mengxiang who was at the peak of Qi Refinement Stage 9. Hearing Huang Tianla's question, Huang Meng communicated with Yang Yu for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, Father, since it's the dream mirage butterfly, unless it's an ancient secret technique, even if the spirit husbandry sect's disciples came personally, they would not be able to get rid of it. Furthermore, we can't try this method. If Heavenly Gate Mountain has made up our mind and the Zheng family is willing, we have no choice but to be cautious. Chapter 1935. Alas, how can I not be cautious? Huang Tianla smiled bitterly. Huang Mengxiang was his granddaughter, and Huang Meng had no children. If there was no accident, Huang Mengxiang's husband would be in charge of Tianmen Mountain. Even if the other branches would dispute, Huang Mengxiang's husband would get half of Tianmen Mountain's power. This was not something that could be decided casually. It involved the marriage between Shi country's Tianmen Mountain and Meng country's Dengming Mountain. Moreover, the cause of Huang Mengxiang's illness had been found, and the cure had been found, but, who planted the eggs of the dream mirage butterfly? What if the instigator was Zheng Ziho? This had to be carefully considered. Of course, Huang Tianla was also very clear that with Zheng Ziho's cultivation, it was impossible for him to sneak into Tianmen Mountain and easily sneak attack Huang Mengxiang, who was close to 100% qi refinement. Moreover, he had never received any news about Meng country's cultivators coming to Tianmen Mountain. "Father, there are still some cultivators behind, why don't we take a look?" Huang Meng said fortunately. "Alas, since they're all here, how can we not give others a fair chance?" Huang Tianla waved his hand. However, as Huang Tianla expected, he also broke Huang Meng's delusion. Although the remaining qi refinement disciples knew it was a dream mirage butterfly, no one could do anything about it. They even walked around the jade bed, as if they were admiring Huang Mengxiang's beautiful face, and then returned to their positions. Alas, when the last qi refinement disciple bowed and returned, Huang Tianla waved his hand and said somewhat powerlessly, "Thank you for coming, fellow Taoists. Today can be considered a happy ending," but at this moment, Xiaohua's voice sounded again, "Fellow Taoist Huang, this little one is not talented. I didn't go forward just now, but now I suddenly thought of something, and I'm willing to go forward and try." "Ah? Fellow Taoist Xiao?" Huang Tianla was stunned. He looked at Xiaohua's tall and thin figure and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Mo Yun village has an ancient method of controlling insects? Mo Yun village? Ha ha ha." Hearing Huang Tianla call out Mo Cloud village's name, the cultivators from the surrounding sects and families were all shocked. Mo Cloud village was too small, how could it have any ancient methods? Even Chang Lihao and the others blushed and lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at the mocking eyes of the people around them. "Oh, if that's the case, then I won't embarrass myself." Xiaohua smiled and sat down again, appearing very casual. "Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao," Huang Tianla was a little anxious when he heard this. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, "I didn't mean anything else, I just blurted it out. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't overthink it. Fellow Taoist Huang, don't be too careful." Xia Yushir smiled and said, "I went to Mo Cloud village a few years ago and drank with Dao friend Chang. I haven't heard of Mo Cloud village having any guest elders, this Dao friend Xiao." When Xia Yushir talked about Dao friend Chang from Mo Cloud village, although he said they drank together, his tone was filled with disdain. He didn't finish his evaluation of Xiaohua, but his words were very clear. Although the other cultivation families in the Vermilion Bird Temple were not satisfied with Xia Yushir's attitude toward Mo Cloud village, they remembered that the dream dragonfly was an ancient beast. Almost all of them came here from legends. If they couldn't do anything about it, what could the disciples of Mo Cloud village do? If they stood up now, it would be more like they were trying to please the crowd. Zheng Ziho sat upright with his eyebrows lowered. He was incomparably respectful and gave off the feeling that he was unfazed by favor or humiliation. Most of the people around him looked at him, then looked at Xiaohua and whispered to each other. Huang Tianla was a bit annoyed as he looked at the people around him and let out a sigh in his heart. He knew that people's hearts were the most unpredictable. Among all the cultivators here, there might not be many who really came to help him. Most of them were here for the Sparrow Guide treasure, and even more were here to travel. To put it bluntly, they were here to watch the fun. Not only was there Heaven Gate Mountain, there was also Ascension Mountain, and there was also the topic of Primordial Een. How could they not like it? Perhaps they would become the laughing stock of others in the future. As for Xiaohua standing up now, one reason was to ruin their mood and not let them see the fun in the future. 2. Xiaohua also had the intention of waiting until the end to get up after finding out it was the dream dragonfly, which made these people a bit angry. Naturally, the most important thing was that they didn't care about Huang Mengxiang's life or death at all. Ju heir. Huang Tianla naturally didn't like Xiao Hua's attitude, but Huang Mengxiang was the hope of Heaven Gate Mountain in his heart, so he had to lower his attitude. Yes, father. Huang Liang understood very well. He quickly walked in front of Xiao Hua, bowed respectfully, and said, Senior Xiao, my daughter has been plotted against by evil people for more than a year. Junior and Xiang, her's mother, are burning with anxiety. Although fellow Daoist Zheng's treatment and methods are available now, if Senior has a better method, please give it a try. Junior and others will be very grateful. Xiao Hua was the most soft-hearted. He just sat down because he wasn't satisfied with the attitude of Xia Yusher and others. How could he not help? Seeing Huang Liang bowing to him with a sad face and calling him senior, how could he sit still? He stood up and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Huang, this Xiao is very clear about the pains of parents. Since this Xiao came to Heaven Gate Mountain, although I didn't expect to be of any use, now that I can help a little, how could I not help? Besides, don't you have the Sparrow Guide treasure? My Mo Cloud Village is very envious. Senior Xiao, don't tease this junior, please. Huang Liang said with a wry smile. Darling Xiao. Xue said in a low voice. She had heard of the mirage butterfly before. She knew that this ominous creature had been eradicated by powerful experts in ancient times because it was harmful to heaven and earth. Now that it had suddenly appeared, it was very strange. Moreover, it was a mirage butterfly. Even if it was an insect egg, it was absolutely not something that a Foundation establishment cultivator could deal with. Xiao Hua looked back and smiled, saying, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing Xue so worried, Huang Liang's heart sank a little, and he had a little more doubts about Xiao Hua's methods. If Huang Liang was like this, there was no need to talk about the others. Zheng Ziho just raised his eyelids and looked down at the spirit wine on the table. The sparkling spirit wine was slightly overflowing, and it was very tempting and delicious. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, was calm, and walked to the side of the jade bed with light steps. Thank you, Senior Xiao. Although Yang Yu didn't believe it in her heart, she didn't dare to neglect Xiao Hua and respectfully saluted. Xiao Hua looked at Yang Yu's flickering eyes and didn't care what she was thinking. He only looked at Huang Mengxiang's face that was like an ice sculpture. His heart was surging, and another scene unconsciously appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 1936. Even when Zheng Ziho stepped forward just now, Xiao Hua didn't feel like he could do anything. However, when Zheng Ziho placed the wasp into Huang Mengxiang's nose, fragments of memories suddenly emerged in Xiao Hua's mind. These fragments weren't too continuous, but within the fragments, there was also a woman as thin as a match, a woman who looked both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. She was quietly lying on a bed, and a left hand that emitted a silver brilliance was placed on her forehead. This woman looks very familiar, but I can't remember who she is. She seems to be a secular woman, not a cultivator. Xiao Hua took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and released his divine sense, scanning Huang Mengxiang's Naiwen Palace. Huang Mengxiang was a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator, so his Naiwen Palace naturally had a defense. However, under Xiao Hua's divine sense, which was comparable to a gold core cultivator, it was extremely easy to break through. However, it was obvious that there was nothing special inside. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised. He stretched out his left hand, seemingly to comb a strand of hair on Huang Mengxiang's forehead, but he opened his delusion-breaker eyes. Senior Xiao. Xiao Hua's action was rather inappropriate. Although he was in the early stage of Foundation establishment, his appearance was young, not much different from Huang Mengxiang's. Stroking a woman's hair like this naturally made Yang Yu feel uneasy, so he immediately reminded Xiao Hua. Huang Tianla scolded in a low voice, displeased. Xiao Hua had already seen through Huang Mengxiang's Naiwen Palace. It was exactly like the fragment in his memory. There was indeed a light brown dot in the Niwen palace. It was extremely small and could evade divine sense. It's okay, I've already seen through it. However, it seems different from what little friend Zheng said. This should be a kind of spiritual puppet, right? Spiritual puppet? When Xiaohua said this, not only Huang Tianla, but the entire Vermilion Bird Palace hall burst into laughter. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you're not mistaken, right? I've never heard of any spiritual puppet. Are you talking about Gu? Gu is a mysterious existence in the deepest part of the Meng Mountains, similar to witchcraft. They are even more mysterious than soul cultivators. How could they come to Tianmen Mountain and plot against an innocent female cultivator? Xia Yuqi asked in disbelief. Qi Mingzong's Zhu Feng also shook his head slightly. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this Zhu also thought highly of you before, but your words are really unreliable. It's even scarier than the dream mirage butterfly. This Zhu once faintly heard from the seniors that some devil cultivators, because they failed to cultivate devil arts, used puppets instead. Perhaps they are the soul puppets that you mentioned, but they were also devoured by the soul puppets. This thing is even scarier than the dream mirage butterfly. Chu River Sex Qiming also smiled. I share the same thoughts as fellow Daoist Zhu. If the dream mirage butterfly's condition is similar to Huang Mengxiang's, then this so-called Gu or soul puppet probably doesn't have the same symptoms. The others were all talking at once, making it seem like they were more knowledgeable than Xiaohua. Xiaohua was very indifferent, looking at Huang Tianla without saying anything. Huang Tianla hesitated slightly and asked, fellow Daoist Xiao, if it's a soul puppet or Gu, are you sure you can cure it? Before it's cured, who dares to make a guarantee? Xiaohua didn't have full confidence in activating the silver brilliance of the illusion breaker eye. Huang Tianla thought for a moment and said loudly, Nephew Zheng, what do you think? Zheng Ziho stood up respectfully, his expression unchanged, and said with a smile, Senior Xiao naturally has his reasons for saying so. This junior has nothing to say, but this junior has a question. How did Senior Xiao determine if it's a soul puppet? Naturally I saw it with my divine sense. Xiaohua said with a smile. Huang Tianla didn't believe it himself. This Huang doesn't seem to have seen it. This Huang has also used divine sense many times. This junior doesn't have divine sense, so naturally I don't know if I can see it or not. Zheng Ziho said with a smile, however, since Senior Xiao can see it, can others also see it? This. Xiaohua was a little tongue-tied, shaking his head. This is this Xiao's secret method, I'm afraid others can't. Jiang Yu Sex Chong Si and the rest shook their heads again. If Xiaohua directly said that he was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, they might believe it a little. But at this time, Xiaohua was a guest elder of Mo Cloud Stronghold. Who didn't know Mo Cloud Stronghold's foundation? Looks like I have to reveal my identity to the Huang family. Xiaohua sighed and said in his heart. Just as Xiaohua was about to transmit his voice, he heard Zheng Ziho cup his hands and say, Senior Xiao, since Senior also has a method to determine that Miss Mengxiang is under a soul puppet, and this junior determined that it's a dream mirage butterfly, of course, this junior doesn't have divine sense and can't examine, then, can Senior join forces with this junior once? If Senior's judgment is correct, and this junior is wrong, then wouldn't this junior save a lot of trouble? We all want to wake Miss Mengxiang up, don't we? Anyone can do it. Great. Nephew Zheng is right. Huang Tianla said with great joy. All right. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't think of any suitable reason, so he could only nod his head. Zheng Ziho didn't wait for Xiaohua to hesitate. He immediately walked in front of Huang Mengxiang, patted his hand, and took out his spirit storage bag. However, he only took out the spirit storage bag and placed it in his hand without opening it. He said very respectfully, "Senior Xiao, please make the first move. This junior will listen to senior's instructions." Seeing Zheng Ziho like this, Xiao Hua's vigilance disappeared. However, he still didn't understand why he had to make the first move. However, how could Xiao Hua be afraid of Zheng Ziho? He nodded slightly and swept his divine sense inside. However, just as Xiao Hua's divine sense entered Huang Mengxiang's Naiwen palace, it swept across a light brown dot. It was a colorful and tiny insect egg. What's going on? Wasn't it just a moment ago? Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. However, it was only a slight shock. When his divine sense collided with the insect egg, his entire divine sense immediately began to spin. It was as if he had knocked open a majestic door. Xiao Hua felt a flash in front of his eyes. Everything changed. His entire body actually appeared at a ferry with biting cold winds. This. Where is this? How did I? Who am I? Xiao Hua stared blankly at a wooden stake that stretched straight into the river at the ferry. He looked around in a daze. Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua. A crisp voice sounded from behind Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head. He saw a small, thin, weak, and very pretty girl running over and shouting, "Why did you come out again? Your injuries haven't completely healed yet. Is that so?" When did I get injured? Just as Xiao Hua thought of this, he suddenly felt an incomparable pain in his body. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to support his waist. However, what he touched was actually not a Taoist robe, but a cyan robe. The style was somewhat strange. You. Xiao Hua felt that this girl was very familiar. It was so familiar that it was as if she was engraved in his heart. However, he just couldn't call out her name. Xiao Hua. Let me help you back. The girl very carefully supported Xiao Hua's arm. Her figure was actually slightly taller than Xiao Hua's by a bit. When Xiao Hua turned around, he saw that there was actually an open thatched cottage beside the ferry. Following the girl's footsteps, Xiao Hua walked into the thatched cottage with some difficulty. When he sat on the withered grass on the ground of the thatched cottage, the girl said in a somewhat low voice, "Xiao Hua, I will leave with Shirtai tomorrow. Your injuries haven't healed yet. My heart is very uneasy." Shirtai. Xiao Hua was even more at a loss. However, he still very naturally said, "All right, Shirtai is a good person. If you go with her, you will definitely be able to find yourself." But, The girl wanted to say something, but she was also a bit shy. After thinking for a long time, she took out an item from her bosom and extended it in front of his eyes. She said to him in a trembling voice, "Brother Xiao Hua, after we part today, I don't know when we will meet again. I found this in my own pouch. It is something that I always carry with me. I don't remember where it came from. However, it looks somewhat familiar to me. It must be something that belongs to me. Today, I will give it to you as a souvenir." When Xiao Hua carefully looked at it, he saw that the jade-like girl was holding a pair of pearl hair clips. He couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He very naturally waved his hand and said, "How would I dare to accept such a precious thing?" The girl angrily said, "What's so precious about this? Is it because it is valuable? However, even if it is worth a lot of money, no one uses it. If it is casually thrown away, how much money would it be worth? However, even if it is worthless, if someone cherishes it, then wouldn't it be more precious than this thing that no one wants? If you don't want it, then I will just throw it into the river." Hong Xia. The girl raised her eyebrows, she looked very much like Fairy Hong Xia. Xiao Hua couldn't help but call out. When the girl heard Xiao Hua actually call her Hong Xia, her face became even more desolate. She said, You actually forgot the name that you gave me? You are. Xiao Hua was very anxious. However, at this moment, the girl's face suddenly changed. She actually turned into the beautiful Huang Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang was clearly startled. She looked around in amazement and shouted loudly, Where is this place? Are you this concubine's husband? Husband, save me. Soon after, she actually lost her head out of fear and threw herself into Xiao Hua's arms. She tightly hugged Xiao Hua, Meng. Xiang. Xiao Hua suddenly felt a pain in his head. The god's guidance that he hadn't used for a long time was suddenly activated. Xiao Hua's figure immediately rushed into the sky from where he was standing. He flew straight up into the sky, flying into an unknown number of clouds. Like a chain breaking, Xiao Hua's divine sense suddenly appeared in Huang Mengxiang's Naiwen palace. Before this, his divine sense was still that multicolored insect egg. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. You dare! Xiao Hua shouted loudly. His divine sense rushed out of Huang Mengxiang's Naiwen palace. He clapped his hands and a great confinement technique smashed towards Zheng Ziho. However, the moment Xiao Hua used the technique, the corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up into a smile. The magic power on his body flickered and he easily withdrew the technique. Zheng Ziho, who was standing next to Xiao Hua, had his spirit storage pouch raised in his hand just like Xiao Hua's divine sense. However, at this time, Zheng Ziho's eyes were slightly closed. His face was filled with happiness. Even his eyes were fiercely moving under his eyelids, as if he was having a dream that he had been drooling for a long time. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.